Hello, if you're tuning into the VOD, there are timestamps in the description so you can skip forward to the games. We've got 8 games coming up for you today. Replays, all of them. Stuff that has been emailed to me. We are cranking through some of the stuff that's been emailed to me literally over the last year. That's how far behind on email I am. So, if you're watching the VOD, hit down in the description are the timestamps for all the maps. Chinese farmer, this is going to be nice, I bet. I certainly hope so. Although, I will be honest, I am testing a new setup here. We have a new audio recording setup that I haven't ever used for live streaming. And I've double-checked all of my settings. All of the sample rates match. But I won't lie to you, Mr. Farmer. I am a little bit nervous because of how many people I know who have been bitten by the crackle bug like several hours into a live stream. All of the sample rates, all of the handshakes work, and then suddenly several hours into a live stream, something happens and their mic goes super crackle mode, and I don't want that to happen to me. Well, Mr. Farmer, you can check the VOD out. It will be available basically immediately. One of the advantages of being on YouTube is the VOD is available immediately. I don't have to upload it. So, but we'll see. Thanks for tuning in. We got a couple of minutes of music to go through before we actually jump into our first game. So now is a good time to get yourself a bev. We'll be starting very soon. Hello, hello. We're going to be jumping into 8 games in Red Alert 3 today. 8 replays that people have emailed me over the course of a while. Chinese farmer about Uprising. I guess that would require someone to, like, either send me their footage, or I would have to, like, watch their YouTube video and commentate their YouTube video. I don't know. Like, speedrunning is great. I don't know that there's a lot of value by, like, me commentating a speedrunner. But yeah, unfortunately, the Commander's Challenge stuff is pretty great, but not a lot of multiplayer content for my channel. Also, do let me know if I go into crackle mode, since this is a new audio setup. Hello, YuNo. I believe you are going to be in some games. Zugspitze asks how to send replays to you in the description of every video on my... Uh-oh. Just to confirm, you guys can hear me, right? YouTube is telling me that the audio bitrate is 0, which is weird. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Well, just type 7890 in the chat if you hear this, literally just to make sure that YouTube's audio bitrate thing is real. Okay. No, Baby Bird is not casting. Baby Bird's downstairs right now. Anyway, Zugspitze, you asked how to send replays. My email is sybertreplays@gmail.com. It's in the description of pretty much every video. So yeah, you can get it there. Thank you for the 789s. Thank you for the We Hear You. I don't know what this is such a weird note from YouTube that my audio bitrate is 0. Which it's 160, and apparently the recommended bitrate is 128. So I guess technically my audio bitrate is a little higher than they recommend, but I don't know if that's a YouTube like recommendation for connection. Like, but my connection's fast enough to handle 160 kilobits per second audio. So like, I don't know. Anyways. So Chinese Farmer says, I'm interested in seeing you commentate modded online games. I have 2 Generals Evolution games on my hard drive. I have not installed Generals Evolution. It's been on my list for like 3 or 4 months now, but I'm hoping to get to those Generals Evolutions game pretty soon. Some of the footage that people have been posting from Generals Evolution has been pretty sick. I have been basically out of town. Like, if you wind back the dial to March, life looked very different for me in March of 2021 than now. So, yeah, it's been a lot. But I've been trying to get back into it with this month. At the end of the month, I'm actually going to be gone again. So, we'll see how long consistency lasts, but... Ooh, we got YuNo, we got Zouth, we got Zugspitze. We got some favorites in here, and also, actually, I don't think we have any Zouth games today. I don't think Zouth features any of these replays, but Zouth will forever be a king in our hearts because of that, like, 3v1 he ended up playing, where he was on Magmageddon, and he was playing Empire, and he did some crazy damage with C-Wings, and then also, his teammates dropped out on him, and he ended up playing, I think it was a 2v1, or maybe briefly a 3v1, and then he won, and it was magnificent. That was a great time. That was a great replay. It's a really long game, and I'm pretty sure it gets kind of stalematey, but yeah. Alright, we got, this song is about to be over, so we'll do, like, one more song after this. This is your last warning to get bevs. We're going to start our 8 replays very soon. And then, yeah. I hope it's going to be a good time. I do this every once in a while to try and clear out replays, but I think the last time I did this was in, like, December. And, yeah. So we'll see. Some of these will be good, and some of these will be bad. Almost certainly. I'm actually East Coast, so I'm in North Carolina, although maybe for not very much longer. So someone with a name that looks, I was going to say Elvish characters, but I don't think that actually is. That's just what it reminds me of. I don't know what language that is. But yeah, he says I'm West Coast. I was born and raised on the West Coast of the United States, so my accent is mostly Western, a little bit of Midwest influence, and then a little bit of Southern from the last almost 10 years that I've lived in Florida and North Carolina. Runes, okay. See, I don't, if it's not modern English, I know very little about it. German runes. Okay, because, yeah, I've definitely seen German writing, and it doesn't look like that. But I guess those are German runes? We have a couple of kitties making a appearance is not quite the right word. Are making an audio appearance, potentially. One of them was just meowing behind me. I haven't really done any, like, number mark specials for subscribers. 25,000 sub special doing games with viewers. So it partially depends on when that happens. I guess yeah, I might have time in July, which I think would actually be early. I think I would miss the 25,000 subscriber mark. But July is fairly open until the second half of July fills up, and then August is pretty full. So we're kind of in a point where I could make a sub special happen right now, but yeah, I don't know that I would actually hit the 25,000 mark. Now, Red Alert 2 is actually one of the most played Command & Conquers currently around. I think 0 Hour and Red Alert 2 probably tie for the most played Command & Conquer. But Red Alert 2 doesn't have replays, so you have to, like, know people who are playing and they have to be willing to let you jump into a game. And it's just a hassle to try and do. I mean, it's not a hassle, like, if you know lots of people and people... But, like, right now, you know, I don't know if anyone that is good that I would want to watch is playing. And I'd really need, like, you know, 4 people to line up. But... So I really enjoy Red Alert 2, but Red Alert 3 and Kane's Wrath are just so much easier to make videos for. It would be really great, yeah, if they would do a good sequel. Here's the thing. Doing a, like, proper Command & Conquer sequel, the way that people want it to be done, not just, like, trying to rush something out or do something relatively small scale, but to do something as big as they used to do, but take longer on it, like everyone would want them to, is probably like $30 million plus. I know Greg Black estimated like $50 to $100 million. So it's like, you know, EA has to want to put $50 million into it. And that seems unlikely. We do indeed have the Duel number 9 finals. I will be casting those as a VOD, so I can do all the editing. Unlike now, which is just going to be live casting replays. And then, yeah. Sorry, I actually got distracted there. I said we were going to get going into the replays much sooner than we actually have. If you're enjoying this music, it looks like someone is maybe talking about the music I'm playing right now. They might be talking about something else. But this music is from the Cyberpunk music pack from Triune Films. So around the time that Cyberpunk whatever came out, they released a Cyberpunk-themed music pack, which is pretty good. I've been really enjoying it. I use it occasionally in the videos. So, yeah, it would be nice if the last good thing that EA did with Command & Conquer was to remaster Red Alert 2 and Tib Sun. But, yeah. Heartless Angel, you love RTS. This is a pretty good time to be an RTS fan. There are a couple of indie RTSs that are coming out. Mortal Gates of Pyre, the other one. I can't remember the name of the other one. Wayward Strategy is always talking about them. Anyways, there's a couple that are like in alpha beta kind of stages, and they are, you know, decently far along. And then there's like 2 or 3 studios that have just been announced / created, which are basically all of the old StarCraft 2 devs, which a bunch of them were Command & Conquer devs before they were StarCraft 2 devs. So there's a bunch of, like, there's 3 studios that just opened up. The big one that gets all the attention is Frost Giant, but there's at least one other, maybe 2 other, and they're all working on different forms of RTS. So I don't know that anyone's actually going to get Command & Conquer the way we want it to feel like Command & Conquer, but we've got like 4 or 5 chances at another good RTS beyond StarCraft 2. If you like Company of Heroes 2, maybe there's something in that vein coming down the pipe, but Company of Heroes 2 is probably it. But a bunch of people who worked on StarCraft are working on other RTS games. And someone emailed me about, like, oh, someone is working on a game, and they said it's going to be like Command & Conquer, a spiritual successor. And I was like, people have said that before, but no. Also, Zugspitze, you need to get back into the game, man. I've been missing your replays. You used to fight Dimon and give him a good show, and you were one of those guys who could go up toe-to-toe. Anyways, we are spawning here. By the way, this is Sybert signing in, like 20 minutes in, to this live cast of these replays. So no, these are not being played out live. These are replays that have been emailed to me literally over the last year. I'm catching up on some old emails. We're going to watch some games that people have sent in. Maybe they're good, maybe they're bad. It's a gamble. go along with me for a ride as we check out in the top left-hand corner our Cyan allied player, Berat. His teammate in the south as the yellow, as the Soviets, this is Obiek. And as the purple empire in the top right-hand corner, this is Zezo. Rounding out this 2v2, the man that everyone wants to take down, the leader, this is Dimon. Blue Empire, that's right, it's a double empire team versus a Soviet and an ally. So we'll have to see what kind of cryo shenanigans do we get to watch. Is the empire of Dimon going to be fascinating to see, or was this replay sent in because someone managed to get a win on Dimon, and it's going to be a terrible game regardless? We will all find out. These are all possibilities, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows what is going to happen? We got a little bit of an attempt at an oil-derrick steal. It's not quite going to work out. The dogs are going to come in to try and clean up the Imperial Warriors, and the Javelin Troopers do retreat away from the front line. So good control, good decision-making all around. Berat did exactly what he should have done, brought the Javelin Troopers down, laser-locked the barracks, and shut it down, and then pulled away the Javelin Troopers, and had a dog waiting there to get the kill on the Imperial Warrior. If it was me, or if it was a less skilled player, I would have, had like 4 Javelin Troopers down there, and the Imperial Warrior would have bonsai charged and gotten all 4 of them. And Javelin Troopers are, I don't know, 300 or 400 credits, so it's like, all right, well, you spent 1,600 credits to shut down a barracks, so you're kind of not doing too hot. That's how I would play it. But Berat, he's better than me, so we'll have to see. All right, we got Dimon and Zezo. Zezo is smurfing as professional, but professional RA3, I think is what he says. But I've been told that it is indeed Zezo. And Dimon, he's one of those guys, we've all seen him. There was that series he played against DDF, where it's like the first half of the series, it's like he was asleep. People were making jokes that it was his little brother playing, or that he was so drunk that, he couldn't see, and that's why he was playing so badly. And then he turned up the fire, he turned up the power, and he brought it. So what kind of Dimon will we see today? Well, Dimon going for a couple of Tengus, first of all. Zezo again trying this barracks shenaniganry. I don't think it's going to work with a sickle and a hammer tank and everything else that's going down. He's going to try something. He sells it off. He gets 16 bucks after dropping the walls. Berat going to be setting up a 3rd refinery there towards the center of the map. Got the oil derrick as well. Dimon, he's got his back 3rd refinery, so both of our Empire players expanding kind of backwards, getting their 3rd ref up and running, and then I assume they're going to start pushing towards that Tier 2, heading up towards some better-looking armies than just Tengus. Of course, Zezo is already there. He's got those great Striker VXs. There's the transform of the Tengus. They missed the opportunity to grab that Vindicator, so the Vindies will be able to escape for now. 1 sickle and a hammer tank heading through the middle of the map. Nothing to worry about just yet. They're going to maybe do a little dance with that Imperial Warrior inside of the building. Going for a 4th refinery, so Zezo going to be able to potentially get up a decent amount of eco for this game. If he's able to secure those 4 refineries and hold them for a while, plus an oil derrick, he's going to be sitting pretty. Of course, you can spend that cash quite quickly with a docks and a mecha bay. But if you just produce a couple of things off of the docks or use it to guard against terror drones, you can be in a pretty good state army-wise with those 4 refineries. Berat coming in for a little bit of a turret push. We do have 2 bullfrogs here from Obiek just to keep guard, watch over the skies, as it were. The Riptide does get taken down, and this Harvester is going to get free repairs from that naval yard very nicely there. 4th refinery up and running as well by Dimon. They're both pulling the exact same move. Sickle trying to go for a little bit of harassment, but the Tank Busters and the Tengus are going to ensure that that harassment doesn't go anywhere. 1 Yari mini-sub. I mean, I love how he built 1 Yari mini-sub. That's such a funny defensive unit on a map like Pool Party. If you build a Yari mini-sub out here, it can go around and it can touch 4 different refineries potentially, maybe even a power plant out here. But of course, inside of this little pool, it's just got nowhere to go. And, well, I guess it's just hanging out there in the pool with that refinery, going to keep it safe. Bit of a push coming in here from Berat. Do we have anything from Obiek to support this? No, Obiek is going for his own Tesla coil push in the south, so this could be, instead of a concentrated push, 2 attacks in one location, it might actually be 2 attacks in different locations to try and confuse and spread apart Zezo and Dimon. The MCV repositions. The Tsunami Tank's going to be coming forward. It looks like the Yari mini-sub got cleaned up, and now another multi-gunner turret, a third one in total, gets added to the front line for Berat. Obiek turns north a little bit here, but then he turns further back south, and he's going to be leeching down the Imperial docks, going for it with his hammer tanks, and it looks like Dimon is not there to defend. He's up here with the MCV, which is about to go down as the Spy grabs 2, maybe even 3 Tsunami tanks from Zezo. A great grab there by Berat. And goodbye, Tsunami tanks. The Striker VX is transformed. They're going to get as much value as they can, but ultimately they're going to have to kill their own Tsunami friends. Big transform on the power plant, but that is not necessarily going to be the infrastructure damage that you want. The Naval Yard is still here. Those hammer tanks turn further north, and they are continuing the assault. Obiek and Berat now joining forces to put pressure directly onto Zezo. I think his MCV ended up going down. Tesla coil under fire, but a multi-gunner turret is already up and running. This is a lot of Tengus, and they do indeed have the point defense drone, so they can take a bit of punishment, but that's too much firepower, especially with that artillery, with that assault destroyer coming in here, artillery destroyer. Maybe artery destroyer, what they should really be called. And somehow the crush doesn't go off. It barely misses, and down goes the refinery. Zezo, I feel you. The pathing looked like it was good, but it wasn't, and there's nothing he can do about that. 2 Tsunami tanks able to gobble up a Guardian tank right as it spawns into the jaws of death. It goes. Nice harass by Dimon. I like this, utilizing the Tengus in little groups if he can to score a win or distract his opponents here or there. Terror drone getting in on the action, stasising that Tsunami tank and allowing the assault destroyers to take it down. Black hole armor possibly going to be activated here on the front line. Now he's going to keep it offline for now, and he's just going to let the multi-gunner turret take the damage for it. There's the push forward. This is a lot of clumped infantry from Dimon, and he's almost getting absolutely destroyed by this assault destroyer. A little bit janky there, here and there. The assault destroyer now going to try to escape out to the water so the peacekeepers can clear up those tank busters. And look at that, hammer tank's going to be leeching down that Tsunami tank. Eventually they will eliminate it, getting themselves a couple of extra guns, those fast-firing Tsunami tank weapons. And look at this, Obiek once again going to be leeching down that naval yard. Dimon sort of falling apart, but he's gotten up to tier 3. Eventually that Tengu does go down. The terror drone gets the kill on that harassing unit from Dimon, and the assault destroyer just going for the crush as we've got 6 minutes on the clock for the Psionic Decimator. Tier 3 is here in full force for Dimon. We've got KingKonG, we have got Wave Force Artillery and Psionic Decimators. Everything is coming up Dimon's tech. Will he be able to use this army to actually punch right through Obiek? Well, he's doing that right now. Obiek's army is entirely out of position, way up in the north. No Twin Blades to swoop in and do some damage. No Bullfrogs to clean up the Tengus or anything like that. It's just ground forces, pretty much unchecked. The MCV on the water, it's going to have to pack up. The KingKonG is going to be potentially present a threat to it if it steps up on land. Wave Force Artillery is going for the shot. It gets eliminated. The Wave Force goes down, and the MCV should be able to escape. Once Zezo, did he rebuild his MCV? He may very well have rebuilt his MCV, but now in the north, the tier 3 of Berat is joining forces with those hammer tanks to push forward onto Zezo's forces. Zezo with a big group of Tsunami tanks. If he can close the distance, he can probably win the fight. But those Mirage tanks and those Hammer tanks, if they switch over to the gun mode, can be quite powerful. Cryo shot fires down. There's the force of the engagement. 2 Tsunami tanks get eaten up, but they get a couple of crushes, and they get an explosion. A third Tsunami tank will go down. And right there, taking maybe a Javelin Trooper with it, but not getting the big damage to the army that Zezo wanted. So many Hammer tanks swarming the front line as these 3 KingKonGs are going to try and surround these Hammer tanks, or the Hammer tanks are going to try and surround the KingKonGs. Tengus go for the transform, but the Bullfrogs are here, and there's the death of 1 Twin Blade. The Bullfrogs, or the Tengus have to escape off to the right side, circle around, and maybe come back for support. The KingKonG's still standing strong. The hammer tanks having moved to the middle of the map to support the MCV. And actually, what is this MCV from Zezo doing? It's driving directly into the waiting guns of the hammer tanks, or the waiting leech beams, perhaps, as the war factory of Obiek is about to get shut down, and maybe even his tier 2 as well, as we have almost 3.5 minutes on the clock for the Psionic Decimator. Dimon just needs to survive a little bit longer, and now the Tsunami Tank's going up against double gun, fully heroic hammer tanks, and that hammer tank does so much damage, eventually going down, and a very close match between the hammer tanks and the Tsunamis. Eventually, the hammer wins it out with its 2 guns and its heroic brother who died. A couple of Tengus going to be going down there now. Once again, 3 KingKonGs on the front line, and they are blasting through the tanks of Obiek. One of them gets nabbed by that terror drone, but not infected. Hammer tanks now going to be going in. There's Bullfrogs here to support the Twin Blades. This is a lot of Twin Blades to gun down the KingKonG nice and easy. Cryocopters finally making an appearance in this match so late to the party. They're going to get gunned down almost immediately by the Tengu, but the Cryocopter does manage to escape. The Shrink Ray shrinking that KingKonG down and actually allowing it to run a little bit further forward. The Mirage Tank will transform into a tree and escape for the current moment as the Twin Blades clean up everything else. The Twin Blades are truly the unsung hero of Obiek. They showed up late in the game, but boy, do they know how to party. Dimon's entire ground army almost eliminated. He's got a couple of Tengus flying around, which I guess in their current state aren't actually ground army. But of course, they've got that transform. No sneaky plays along the south side of the map. It's looking pretty desolate down there. Just a naval yard that isn't currently producing anything. And now with the Twin Blades here, with the Wave Force and the KingKonG dead, it's going to be hard for Obiek to be stopped. Well, let's see if the Tengus can do it. The Mirage Tanks, well, Dimon has been defeated. Zezo is going to try and fight it out maybe for a couple of seconds. But the Psionic Decimator, oh, it actually fired off. I completely missed that. Well, that's what happens when things are replays like this. Zezo is going to try and fight this out, I guess. I think he's just kind of waiting to die. There we go. Zezo has been defeated. And that will do it for game number 1. Sorry I missed the Psionic Decimator, but that was actually a pretty good 2v2. All things considered, that was not a game where, like, someone just bashed Dimon and that was the end of it. That was a pretty good match overall. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We have 7 more replays to get to in this day. I'm going to take a quick moment to read through chat. Yeah, that spy grab was a lovely little moment there, right? Getting those couple of Tsunami tanks. Mike G's Gaming Pub says he's watching while at work. I guess, you know. This is definitely something that, you know, even like 5 or 6 years ago, like, hey, you're watching live streams while working. But honestly, like, I do a bunch of stuff at work while I'm editing, that I listen to podcasts, or I have something playing that I'm really just listening to. So, like, yeah, I get it. I mean, this guy might be, like, time stealing, but he also might just be working a regular job, and, you know, he's got a little stream up. So, yeah. I got nothing else. I'm just reading the chat a little bit thing. Dimon is not a bad Empire player. No, definitely not. He is, we do like to see him play Soviets. I don't actually know if we have a Dimon Soviets game here. A lot of people from Russia saying that they are tuning in, so thank you if you're tuning in. But, what up over there in Russia? That's a big country you guys got over there. I assume most of you are on, like, the European part of Russia. Otherwise, it's like getting very late. You guys are up very late. Yeah, Dimon as allies is also not bad. Dimon is just a good player in general, so I think that's safe to say. Welcome to Cold Showdown. I'm gonna... Oops. That was perfect. Perfect intro. Welcome to Cold Showdown. This is a 4-player map, but this is not a 2v2. This is properly a 4-player FFA. In the north, as the purple allies, this is ANF. To the east in the north as the blue allies, it's KingKonG. In the south as the yellow empire, this is Vindies. Always gotta love Vindies. And rounding us out as the green allies, this is GoldenEye. And no, I did not forget the names. I just wanted to get through the intro before I brought the names up. We're doing it live. We have some assets pre-prepared, and I hope they're all right, because it's very clunky to change them, and we're just going to roll with it. Mistakes are the essence of live. So as I said, this is a 4-player FFA. Oh! Okay. As I said that, I swung my hands around, and I almost knocked my coffee over, which is in this, like, black travel mug. I use it. My mother gave it the last time I was out visiting, and it's this like, matte black coffee travel mug. But I'm very glad that I have it in that and not an open-top container. So, if you got a coffee around or a tea, make sure you don't swing your hands too wildly while you're talking about something. Anyways, FFAs get super weird. Vindies is playing Empire, which is also weird. I believe GoldenEye is an allied player. I don't know about ANF, and I don't know about KingKonG. KingKonG I always think is an Empire player, but he's playing allies here. Maybe it's random. I mean, that would definitely explain Vindies. Maybe KingKonG is just an allies player, and I see him play Empire sometimes. I don't know. But at any rate, we have got 3 allies player and an Empire, and Vindies is going to lose an engineer. That sucks. Going for the cap on that oil derrick. That must have been like a misclick, essentially. Why would an Empire player build a dojo in the middle of the map and then send an engineer over here with no protection? Vindies, on the other hand, he has got himself a nice couple of oil derricks. It does look like KingKonG is going for the mass engineer inside of the Riptide. He's going to drive his engineers to all of the different locations and try and secure himself 4 oil derricks, which would be quite nice income-wise if he's able to hold on to them. But more than likely, they will end up getting eliminated. Our first turret push coming out from A and F. So he is going to be potentially going ham with a... No, actually, this is a conservative MCV placement. He's not necessarily turret pushing. This could just be a strong central position in the north to take both of these refineries and then begin assaulting KingKonG. Although he could also drop 1 refinery and then go for the turret push after that. And the Apollo's fighting in the sky, but it looks like they will barely decide to not kill each other and just call it a day. Goldie going for Vindies. And Vindies actually getting the... Does everyone have a hospital? Yeah, I guess everyone has a hospital. And the observation post, who cares? But the hospital, you know, if you're playing a lot of allies with maybe a lot of infantry, hospital might actually be worth it. For now, the Empire player is the only one who's got it. I mean, Empire infantry is also good, but maybe it's not as good. Maybe. I'm not saying for sure. I'm just saying maybe Empire infantry isn't as good. It is cheaper though. I mean, peacekeepers are the most expensive of the basic infantry, so it does make sense. Oh, triple Apollo gonna get the jump on ANF Apollos. Now ANF has prioritized refineries before almost anything else. He's got the one airfield, and I was just checking to make sure he hadn't destroyed his bridge. He indeed hasn't, which is a little bit problematic potentially for ANF. Now it's actually worked out pretty well, and he's going to be doing it from the land side, from the central side rather, from the island side actually, not from the land side. But he's going to be doing it from the central location, destroys his bridge, cuts himself off from the middle of the map, and, you know, kind of makes it so that he's less vulnerable in some case. Vindicator does get slapped down immediately. Double Apollos are here. The repairs aren't really a factor in this particular match. Nice from KingKonG. He dives and he gets the kill. He needs to evacuate on out of there. He can't 2v1 with that Apollo, and he does indeed save his Apollo. That was just nice decision-making there by KingKonG. He got the drop on the Vindicator and got an Apollo as well when he started with a bit of an Apollo deficit. Oh my gosh, GoldenEye, are you kidding me? My man grabs the hospital from his opponent's base, and Vindies has pretty much relocated himself almost entirely to the middle of the map. Another Apollo does go down. I love this 3 Apollo group hunting from KingKonG. He knows that he's in this game with 2 other allied players, and he is using those Apollos in a group of 3 pretty much only. He's actually going to get the drop on another Vindicator. Does he pursue? He can get the kill, and there's nothing here to defend. GoldenEye lets that guy drop, and I mean, he was probably going for, he might have been going for cryo shenanigans. Oh, nice catch by Vindies. But GoldenEye sends out just that single Vindicator, and yeah, he wasn't ready for those Apollos, so the Apollos get a free kill. Tengu's swinging through. Vindies does have the strength to contend with KingKonG. ANF decides to rebuild 4 Apollos, so after he lost that Vindicator, he said, I'll just build another airfield at some point. If I want another Vindicator, I'll build a whole nother airfield for it. And he catches a Vindicator from someone. I'm not sure whose Vindicator that was. That may very well have been KingKonG's Vindicator. And KingKonG is getting to the point where with his Apollos, they've racked up enough kills that there's a possibility that one of them goes veteran. And then it's no longer a simple, like, 3 versus 4 kind of situation. You know, it gets a little bit more complicated. Airfield about to get targeted down. This FFA is going so weird. There actually hasn't been a lot of action. Nice kills by GoldenEye, but things are about to get pretty explosive. There is still 1 Javelin Trooper still here, and it doesn't even matter because the Peacekeepers are in good enough numbers that they blast apart that airfield, and KingKonG going to be stepping on forward. GoldenEye, who I was actually looking at to be in a pretty good situation, pushing Vindies off of the land. I did not expect KingKonG to turn south like that and then just bull rush him and kick him to death. I mean, this could actually work out really well for KingKonG. If he manages to get even one of these refineries, that puts him up at 5 refineries in this game and taking 2 away from GoldenEye, sandwiching GoldenEye in between Vindies and himself would be pretty darn smart. Now, of course, we got to keep an eye on GoldenEye. He's a pretty good player, and he's someone who could come back if you just let him sit around with 2 or 3 refineries. He's going to be pushing forward a Riptide and a bunch of Javelin Troopers, a couple of Peacekeepers mixed in here as well. I don't know if the numbers are good enough. There is not another multi-gunner turret immediately about to drop down for KingKonG, but he does have, well, War Factory is pretty good, but also a ton of infantry pushing forward. Vindies continuing to dominate on the middle of the map. He doesn't have this refinery, which is a little bit troublesome. He does have that one and the oil derrick down there. He only has 3 refineries. I thought for some reason there was another refinery here that was a little more accessible, but I guess it's just the 4 there on the center of the map. Riptide's pushing forward, but it's not going to be enough, especially with the multi-gunner turret there, and GoldenEye is going to be getting pushed backward. He is going to move his MCV back over here. He is down 1 refinery. I guess he's got the hospital there. He's got 2 hospitals under his control. I don't think they stack. I would be very surprised. And these Apollos from ANF, he is looking for something, but he is finding nothing but death. ANF happy to tick up all the way to Tier 3. He's got Athenas. He has got himself even a Defense Bureau. He might be going Chronosphere and maybe even Proton Collider. We'll have to keep an eye on that guy. Now, of course, the Chronosphere being used by Vindies is a very powerful tool to do all kinds of shenanigans. But we'll have to see what ANF is able to do if he gets up to that point. Big engagement here as a lot of infantry going to be trading their lives against each other, and even the Riptide's just getting shotgunned to death. KingKonG has so many Peacekeepers firing off once again with the cryo shot, using it to shut down that barracks immediately, and the multi-gunner turret is going to be putting some damage out on the other barracks. There go the multi-gunner turrets as the second one gets dropped down. The barracks explodes, and the Riptides head a little bit further forward, but they have no crushing ability. So if the Peacekeepers get close, the Peacekeepers will win that fight. There's a little bit of a repositioning to potentially blast down these walls. It would be great to have a Peacekeeper inside of here for GoldenEye, but I think he has bigger things to worry about. Actually, ANF on the left side of the map, check out that mini-map, guys, as ANF is heading his entire army potentially down, and if he goes through Vindies, he may unintentionally swing around and hit GoldenEye from the other side. Although at this point, the sleeping giant is definitely ANF, getting up to that Tier 3, getting up to that 6 refinery economy. No oil derricks, but who cares when you got 6 refineries solidly under your control. GoldenEye losing another refinery. He's just down to those 2. He's got an oil derrick as well, and it looks like the Prospector may be able to set up a little bit of a command hub, maybe a sneaky. No, KingKonG isn't going to let it happen. ANF, he's starting to pressure Vindies, and this could very much turn into a GoldenEye versus KingKonG, Vindies versus ANF kind of situation, and then the winner of each side goes against the other. Vindies is definitely the better 1v1 player, but he's playing Empire, and he's stuck in the middle of the map, so him being a better 1v1 allied player doesn't mean anything that he's going to beat ANF in this situation. Although, if someone's going to use a single harvester to come back, it probably would be Vindies. That one, unfortunately, is going to be going down. KingKonG, I'm a little bit worried if he hasn't gone up to Tier 3 at this point. He hasn't. We'll see if that is finishing just now. It looks like the answer is no, as not getting... Okay, so he's going directly for the Chronosphere. He is the first person to drop a super weapon. And he's not going to worry too much about letting someone else get ahead of him on the timer with that. He's so not worried about that he prioritized a Chronosphere over Tier 3. Spent the cash on the Chronosphere instead of on the Tier 3. But we'll have to see. We'll see what he can do without the artillery advantage that some of the other players have been building up for themselves. Cryo shots fire off on both sides. A good amount of infantry going to be pressing in there. A couple of Guardian tanks are here, but only one remains on the front line as the rest of the infantry crawl out of that frozen state. And GoldenEye able to make pretty good use out of that freeze ray that he blasted down from the sky, and that was not the victory that KingKonG hoped it would be. He was looking ready to push forward and crush GoldenEye's army, but that just kind of came out as sort of an equal. Both sides did a bit of damage to each other, and now he has nothing back home to stop this attack from ANF. KingKonG, he was doing good in the early game air army against ANF, but he is not doing great now. We got 5 minutes left on the Proton Collider, 45 seconds as well. But ANF is cleaning house. If he takes himself 2 more refineries, he'll have 8 refs under his control. And, well, he's got a command hub here to do potentially just that. I guess he could take both corners, and then he would have 10 refineries under his control, which is just insane money. That is, that's the kind of money that you just build stuff from infinite queues and you don't even care. All 4 players are still in this. GoldenEye looking the weakest out of everyone because he has been pressured, but also still in the situation where he could definitely pull something out of this. We got a Chronosphere in the north and just now a Psionic Decimator going down in the center of the map, being placed, rather, in the center of the map, not being destroyed or firing. Neither of those two things. All right, KingKonG is turning north, but the infantry Guardian tank army is going to have a hard time beating Mirage tanks. Well, actually, if they close the distance, those Peacekeepers will shred this entire army. Mirage tanks, on the other hand, will absolutely shred the Peacekeepers in very quick fashion if they get the opportunity. So it's one of those things where if the Peacekeepers are able to close the distance, they will do that damage quickly, but I don't see them being able to get that lucky. Aircraft carrier goes down. The drones firing off against, a refinery. They actually do clean up that refinery. Vindies holding on to that refinery for a good long while. He's got the 3 in the middle of the map quite comfortably. And these Mirage tanks, actually, can he grab something here on the retreat? He's going to get an Athena cannon and 2 Mirage tanks. That might actually be enough to break the back of ANF's attack here on the right side of the map. There's the press forward from those Peacekeepers, and do they get the Athena cannon? They do, as the Javelin Troopers doing what they can to clean up those Peacekeepers, but that was almost not even fair. I thought that was a spy. That's apparently a legit Peacekeeper. GoldenEye is going to be pressuring here in the south. He's going to be looking to, I don't know, he might be able to pull off some kind of combo move. One thing we don't have is the chat replay. These guys can be talking to each other. There's the Chronosphere into the water. Those Assault Destroyers are useless down there as the Cryoblast fires off, mistimed by a moment by GoldenEye. He was clearly hoping to utilize that Cryoblast to punch through KingKonG's base, and it barely didn't happen because of the Chronosphere. Lovely use of the Chronosphere there, but the Riptide presses forward. The Javelin Troopers useless as the Riptide gets the kills on the power plant, on the airfield as well. The War Factory remains untouched, though, and that War Factory can continue to put out damage against GoldenEye. That was a lovely play there by KingKonG, but it wasn't enough to stop the Golden Man himself, GoldenEye. 8 refineries getting established. Did he misplace a refinery and so he's rebuilding it? What was the deal there? He blasted that down for some reason. I'm not sure what ANF was doing in that sense. Engineer gets sniped. GoldenEye not even willing to let his oil derrick go down. He's got these 2 refineries in the south of the map, and he's got that oil derrick as well. Finally, KingKonG is cleaning up this hospital. I mean, you might as well take it for yourself. He doesn't, yeah, KingKonG doesn't have his own hospital. That may have actually been a mistake, letting that hospital go down. I love this move by GoldenEye. What a great call to pull these Javelin Troopers over. Needs to go ahead and deal with the Peacekeeper before it, oh, he lost 1 Javelin Trooper. That's a little bit unfortunate there for GoldenEye, but, you know, it is what it is. But I love that move, swinging around with just a small pocket of units to try and do something. Chronosphere's ready to go. I have no idea what... Oh, well, this is a pretty good target over here. As soon as this army turns south, ANF may decide to use that Chronosphere to do some real damage. There's a lovely crush by that Prospector. Restarts the Prospector immediately. Probably wasn't thinking that guy would get eliminated, but the Riptide and the Javelin Troopers, enough firepower to shut that down. In fact, everyone but GoldenEye has both of their super weapons up and running. So, you know, what is this? That's a sudden transport, possibly with a Eureka. I actually haven't been paying attention. That is a triple, that is a tier 3 dojo, and it is exactly like Vindies to pull out a Eureka. This is going to be difficult. He's got the Psionic, no, he's got the Nanoswarm Hive, the other one. He's going to press in here, and I don't know what he's going to do with this sudden transport. Cryogeddon fires off. Nanoswarm Hive going to be locking away those Mirage tanks. It was a jump to the middle of the map. A great use of those support powers, locking them in with those King Onis. And it looks like the sudden transport, I don't know what happened to it. I guess it went down as, wow, in the middle of the map, the Mirage tanks got teleported in, and then the freeze came down, but the Nanoswarm Hive blocked it all from actually being effective. And it looks like a teleport maybe into the corner or something as... No, actually, KingKonG is about to have his teleport active, so GoldenEye is potentially going to get blasted again. We'll have to see what he's able to evade. Cryogeddon firing off. KingKonG repositioning his entire army over here on the right side. The Cryocopter does survive the onslaught. GoldenEye taking back a refinery. Look at this guy clawing his way up onto the high ground, still on that tier 2. No super weapons to his name. And the Proton Collider going down one way or another. I think it may have got eliminated up here in the top right or something. I'm not actually sure where the Proton Collider went. I would have swore that he had one. Proton Collider ready to fire off. KingKonG launches it somewhere. Not actually sure where. Oh, right here, right in front of us, right on the army, and he nails it. Absolutely wrecks the army. And if this MCV packs up, he may try and do something else with it. There's the Cryoblast firing off in return. And I'm not sure what the Chronosphere was used to teleport somewhere. I don't see any explosions happening on the mini-map. Cryocopter pushes forward for GoldenEye, but it's gone now. It goes down. And the Cryocopter for KingKonG is going to pull back. 1 minute left on the Chronosphere, but Nano Swarm, or Psionic Decimator, is ready to go as well. Vindies may use it on one of these big clumps that we see. I'm not sure who's actually Vindies' biggest threat here. I mean, ANF is the biggest threat, but does it behoove Vindies to try and go for ANF if he and KingKonG seem to be fighting? Vindies may want to try and let KingKonG and ANF duke it out until they're both a little bit weaker. ANF pushing in on the left side of the map. GoldenEye, things are getting awfully slim for him. Pressured on both sides. His army getting eliminated by super weapons. And here's the scouting units, I think, coming out from Vindies. I think he's either looking for some lucky damage or he's looking for some scouting to potentially do some big army damage. Couple of Athena Cannons here. Couple of Athena Cannons here for KingKonG. Another Chronosphere is ready to go. An Engineer Caps attempted, but it's not quite going to work out. The Nanoswarm Hive also counted down to 0, so only KingKonG has stuff that's still working. Working on resetting those countdown timers. And there's the Psionic Decimator. There's this scout. He's going to go for the power plant. It's a great choice by Vindies. If you can't get the army going for the infrastructure like power plants to stop those timers and to keep them from going off is a good way to do it. The Chronosphere just fired off moments ago. I'm not sure what it was. Aegis Shield blocks the Cryogeddon from the sky, and goodbye Athena Cannon. Trades his life to let everything else escape for the most part. Again, I'm not exactly sure where that last Chronosphere got used, but KingKonG almost ready to fire off his own Chronosphere once again. Tankbuster Surprise going to be going for the kill on that ore refinery. ANF decides to sell it off, gets the Peacekeeper to be able to put pressure onto those Tankbusters. 2 aircraft carriers from KingKonG. He's going to start nuking, well, you know, aircraft carrier harassing Vindies in the middle of the map. So Vindies is going to be getting hit from potentially 2 sides as he sends tank busters against ANF, and then KingKonG starts turning on Vindies. GoldenEye still in this. You got to love the resilience of this guy. Chronosphere ready to go. 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes left on the Proton Collider of KingKonG. There's the teleport in, and hey, do we have a... No, it's not a Tanya play. It's right into the building they go, and those Javelin soldiers will not be able to get in there, but it's... Oh, it's Yuriko in the north. She's fully heroic, blasting through this and that. Mirage tanks are going to get her and clean her up, distracting Vindies by calling this in. And the EMP on the Nano Swarm Hive, the EMP on the King Oni as well. Into the building they almost go, but they're going to have to pack back up into that Riptide and potentially go for another building as they're looking to try and duel with this King Oni, duel with that Tengu, as the King Oni is now going to be just going up against this building himself. I mean, the alternative is he actually just bull rushed a building, and it kind of worked. Vindies is going to be able to shut down those Javelin troopers. No Tanya play for the quick kill on the Psionic Decimator. And the Chronosphere is gone, so no more Chrono shenanigans from ANF at this point. And this is a classic tale that we have seen in other FFAs, is the one who looks like the big dog ends up picking too many fights at once and then gets beat back. The nice thing for ANF is he still has a lot of refineries. The not-so-nice thing for him is not all of those refineries are still active. A couple of these are depleted, and then perhaps the other ones are not quite with harvesters. This is a lot of Tengus. Aegis Shield fires off and the mass transform as the Tengus cross the bridge and just go for the Mirage tanks. An absolute mayhem, an absolute slaughter as Vindies' forces fall by the dozens, fall by the droves. They push in for the honorable discharge, but it's not enough. One Athena cannon goes down, but the army of ANF still stands strong. The bridge falls, and Vindies has nearly emptied his base of many of his units. But he is not done and over with just yet. He is not out of this. And ANF has an army, but it's not as strong as it was. I mean, it's almost as strong as it was. Vindies really didn't kill that much. But, you know, take note that there should be some Mirage tanks hiding out somewhere. Oh, over here. There are all these buildings. The engineer goes for the cap, forces the sell-off even. That's annoying. I mean, ANF, again, he's the rich guy in this boat. But, yeah, all of his stuff is getting destroyed around the map. He's got depleted refineries in the north. He's got this one still working. And it's got $5 grand left in it. GoldenEye, again, he's just happy to play a little bit quiet. And he's got up to that. No, he never. No, it was KingKonG who got the aircraft carriers, not GoldenEye. I was like, he eventually got his Tier 3. He really didn't. He's still just in that Tier 2 mode. And Proton Collider is ready to fire off once again from KingKonG. Launches it. And he's going to hit the King Onis. He's going to hit the Tengus. But he's going to miss the sudden transports. He gets not the Mecha Bay. The Mecha Bay is still alive. The King Onis are, well, kind of alive. I mean, they're burning down a little bit here. But they're still technically there, and will he get... No, he doesn't grab the ore refinery. That would have been a sick play if he nuked a guy, and then he grabbed his ore refinery core and teleported it, like, into his forces. There's going to be the blink forward. Where did he actually send those guys? He Chronosphered something somewhere. He used his Chronosphere. I don't know what he did with it. Like, I don't see any blue on the map. Where did he send those units? I don't know. KingKonG just did something, but I don't know what he did. Psionic Decimator, 50 seconds left. So Vindies is going to get close to nuking another army. He should be able to clean up one big chunk of an army. The bridge once again gets destroyed. Sentry bombers circling for KingKonG. KingKonG able to hold on to these 3 refineries. He got those like 3 or 4 refineries. He got like, what was those, like 5 or 6 refineries up, and then he got all of his tech. He got all of his tier 3, and he's been pretty happy sitting on those 3 refineries for a while now. Great Cryogeddon fires off, gets the EMP as well. KingKonG cleans up a big chunk of ANF's army, and also a number of these heroic double vet experienced Mirage tanks getting cleaned up as well. Was that enough of the army to break the back of ANF? Was that all of the Mirage tanks? That might have been all of the Mirage tanks. If he cleaned up all the Mirage tanks, there isn't a whole lot left to stop KingKonG from potentially putting on some pressure himself. He might have to bring the Athena cannons and the Assault Destroyer, but the Peacekeepers and the rest of his army could seal the deal. These sudden transports still hanging out in the middle of the map for Vindies. Cryocopter is going to be trying to tango with that Tengu, and goodbye Tengu. Goes for the kill. It goes for the sacrifice on the multi-gunner turret as he gets the kill on the Cryocopter. Well used of that Tengu. There's still a little bit of money left. Wow, that's almost 10 grand in these ore mines. That's actually pretty sick if you got 10 grand. Psionic Decimator, where will Vindies use it? It is a mystery. It is the question. ANF. Man, ANF has been doing good. This might be it. This might be where he decides to use the Psionic Decimator, is this group of 4 or 5 aircraft carriers, because those are killers. And dealing with 1 aircraft carrier is certainly a lot easier than dealing with 5. Although 50 seconds left on the Proton Collider. No, 3 minutes left on the Proton Collider. 50 seconds left on the Chronosphere. That's one way to do it. And the Psionic Decimator isn't actually going to get a chance to fire. This is a lot of drones coming off, and there are going to be the aircraft carriers sinking to Davy Jones' locker. That fully heroic aircraft carrier does survive, but here's the big transform, as the Tengus are going to get the surround on that aircraft carrier. The black hole armor is going to be going in, and there is going to be the EMP. It doesn't lock down. Yes, it does get every single Tengu. The split on those Tengus, absolutely insane, but still the EMP gets it, and there's going to be the Cryocopters securing this other aircraft carrier, and the drones, I guess, just crash to the ground when it gets frozen. I was actually a little bit curious about what exactly happens there. Where's this transform to escape? Vindies, is the cooldown yet cooled down? Has it finally elapsed that cooldown timer? And there into the sudden transport goes Yuriko Omega. We do have another Chronosphere ready to rock and roll, so if he knows about this Yuriko Omega inside of the sudden transport, he might want to do something about it. A nice combo play again. KingKonG and ANF could have been typing to each other, or that could have just been coincidence that they lined up there for that attack against Vindies. Those aircraft carriers were a threat to everyone? No, I got that wrong. KingKonG could have been targeted by Vindies and ANF is what I meant to say, because those aircraft carriers are a threat to everyone. So the fact that ANF showed up with his Cryocopters at just the right moment to help Vindies secure those kills could have been coincidence, or it could have been a little bit of a malicious compliance within an FFA. They're working together, but, you know, they're not supposed to. It's, you know, it's technically all allowed, but if you have an informal agreement to team up on someone, that's not quite the spirit of an FFA, and yet it is the exact spirit of an FFA. One Cryocopter goes down, the other one getting very low on health, actually down to about halfway. And Yuriko steps on out of that sudden transport, not going to be inside of that sudden transport anymore. One Tank Buster gets eliminated. I remember back in the beta, or maybe the early version of the game, where the Tank Buster surprise was instant, which is, like, obviously so bad, but I mean, it was so much more fun when you could just drop 5 Tank Busters anywhere and just immediately start doing damage. Nice bomb micro coming out from GoldenEye. I assume as he kills off there we go, he kills off the other Tank Buster. He cleans that baby up. And we are, I don't know, like 1 or 2 minutes into this game. I don't know how long it's been, but it's at least been 2 minutes. And all 4 of these guys are still in here, and and kind of everyone still has a shot. Like GoldenEye, who's been lagging behind for most of this game, he's been happy to sit in the bottom, let the other three duke it out, and now that they've all kind of bloodied and bruised each other, they're all looking pretty similar. GoldenEye even got his own chronosphere up. A minute and a half ago, he built a chronosphere I didn't even notice, and here he's going. I mean, literally, this could be anyone's game. Oh, Proton Collider just fired off. I don't know where. Oh, here. And he's actually going to be calling in something else. Oh, Chrono Rift. He gets the Chrono Rift. He shuts down the Mecha Bay for a little while. And is there anything to jump over there? It's actually going to be an engineer to get inside of that Mecha Bay. Another refinery coming up here for Vindies. This engineer needs to go ahead and jump inside that Mecha Bay. I guess if he manually heals it the slow way, then that will be okay. Proton Collider has been pretty darn useful. Psionic Decimator back down to 2.5 minutes for Vindies, and Vindies trying to take this refinery over here, which has got 15,000 credits in it, much better than taking this depleted one if he can hold on to it. Aircraft carrier and an assault destroyer here. That's a lot of dolphins, but they get split. Let's see if the aircraft carrier, the assault destroyer rather, and the Riptides can clean them up. A little bit of help from an Athena cannon on land. KingKonG doing what he can to clear out the waters, keep his aircraft carrier safe, and the dolphins for now are getting a little bit overwhelmed. This guy up on land, what happened? That jump on back down into the sea, I don't know how that happened. That was almost like Chronosphere freakiness, but Chronospheres just kill dolphins, so I don't know how that guy ended up on that ridge. A little bit of a glitch there, a little bit of a, I don't even know if you'd call that a pathing problem, but like the collision box didn't quite work with the land. Anyways, another MCV coming out from GoldenEye. Very possibly he lost his MCV as his Chronosphere counts down to 0. But getting that MCV back up and running is so important this late in the game where one-clicks and support powers are so useful, especially for trying to break a tie like this. This is like a 4-way stalemate as these guys are punching each other directly in the face, back and forth, and just no one is able to get anywhere. ANF had collected so much cash over the course of this game, and, well, actually, there's $5 grand left in that mine, but he had collected so much cash, and he did so much with it, and then he petered out as he wasn't able to form a unified front anywhere and, like, smash anyone down individually. Looks like a Shinobi got the best of that refinery, gets a little bit of a, I guess not an infect, but gets a something. Oh my gosh, an engineer grabs the refinery. KingKonG with the engineer grab inside of the multi-gunner IFV. And we now have Chronosphere. Some units got teleported by KingKonG onto this refinery. So he used that to kill, I'm guessing, some of Goldie's units. But I'm not sure. Could have been a couple of units of Vindies. Absolutely crazy FFA that this is turning into. And now Vindies is like, hey, what the heck? Why did you take my refinery away from me? A classic engineer cap. Wave Force Artillery going to force the sell-off of that refinery. Goodbye, refinery. Eureka Omega going to jump back into another sudden transport. This trick has been tried a couple of times before. He even disguises it as a blue harvester, which is pretty funny, all things considered. Aircraft, Sentry Bomber's going to be coming in for the airfield. They get the kill on the airfield. Do they save any bombs? No, it looks like they didn't have any bombs to potentially drop on that naval yard. GoldenEye trying to mount another offensive, perhaps. No, he's just going to clean up those couple of multi-gunner IFVs and then head home. He still hasn't used his Chronosphere, and we still got the Psionic Decimator ready to fire off as well. It is ready and waiting. Oh. There's a lot of cryocopters. We've been watching ANF build up his cryocopter numbers over the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes of this game. And there is actually going to be Eureka Omega getting targeted down, forces the destruction of that MCV, and actually the Cryogeddon attempting to stop her, but it doesn't. She escapes, and now the Psionic Decimator going to be firing off. Goodbye, airfield. Goodbye, Athena cannon. You are not strong enough to block a Psionic Decimator as completely decimated is the base of KingKonG. Even balloon bombs getting dropped on the chronosphere. How funny is it to see balloon bombs? But actually, no, the armor facility, the war factory, that potential for tier 1 production because the MCV is gone. Goodbye, MCV. Goodbye, war factory. KingKonG might literally have no production facilities left in the game. I think he's out. KingKonG might be completely out. He's got a barracks. He's got no way to rebuild his MCV. He's got no way to get his power back online. And KingKonG might be our first casualty of war, not GoldenEye, not Vindies trapped in the middle of the map, off faction, but this guy KingKonG, that's actually a prospector. I thought that was a sudden transport or something, but that's actually just a prospector. Sentry bombers flying around the kind of north side of the map. KingKonG, unless he's got a real trick up his sleeve, he's going to try and hang out, build a ton of infantry low on power, and then engineer cap or peacekeeper javelin push his way to victory. And to be honest, it could work. He's still in this game. GoldenEye is still in this game, both of them being beaten down to almost an inch of their life. These peacekeepers need to deal with these forces that are around them. Eureka Omega shows up, and she needs to be frozen immediately. She's the #1 threat here, while also the Wave Force Artillery is also the #1 threat because it's going to be able to clean up those peacekeepers. But there's the freeze on that Wave Force Artillery, and just ANF crushing through the base of Vindies. Vindies going to be losing almost everything. The Peacekeeper is going to slowly try and make its way somewhere, but Vindies now has almost nothing. He sold everything off. He has an MCV. Okay, so he's got a bunch of cash. He just got cash from the oil derrick. He got cash from selling off the refineries. He got cash from selling off his psionic decimator. He got a bunch of cash right in that moment. He's still got the MCV, and GoldenEye passes it. GoldenEye missing a potential golden opportunity to kill this MCV, and now he's going to turn around. The Dolphins get the surround. Vindies, will he be the first one out of this game? Yes, Vindies has been defeated. Can you believe it? I mean, ridiculous. Vindies getting eliminated from this game. ANF now turning on GoldenEye's potential expansion as KingKonG presses forward with 3 peacekeepers in the north to clean up this power plant. And, well, I guess the cryocopters are going to turn north. They're going to deal with that expansion of KingKonG and the peacekeepers. And, hey, KingKonG, actually, I don't know what this guy is doing. That command hub on land would at least give him 1 more peacekeeper, but out on sea, it really isn't doing all that much for him. And, well, I guess KingKonG is also going to be potentially out of it. I'm not sure what his deal is. He sold off both of his refineries, or maybe he lost them. But at any rate, he's pretty well out of this game with no income. ANF. Yep, that is 3 spies, 4 spies maybe, mixed into his army. 4 spies disguised as peacekeepers. KingKonG is still technically in this game. You know, he's got the barracks. He has money from somewhere. I guess he just has money. He's got cash in the bank. Yeah, he's got 3 grand. ANF has got 7, and GoldenEye has $1. He's got a couple of refineries, though, so he's got that depleted money income. He's got that oil derrick. And GoldenEye, the only one to hold on to an oil derrick for this game. He's got 4 refineries of income, and he's trying to get a 5th one up. But, of course, these are depleted refineries, so they do very little for you. Taking a quick look over at the chat, trying to see what you guys are saying. Oh, KingKonG fallen from the Empire State Building. That is what happened. He crashed almost to the ground. Not as hard as Vindies, but, you know, Vindies is out of the game completely. KingKonG can technically still win this. And KingKonG going to be pushing in here, doing a little bit of damage here and there. And this hospital taking a little bit of friendly fire, but at least all the Javelin troopers got eliminated. And KingKonG... oh, that's it. KingKonG has been defeated. He is out of this game. Vindies and KingKonG both being eliminated. It is all down to GoldenEye and ANF. GoldenEye definitely looking underpowered, but ANF, he's got all of these cryocopters. It would be pretty funny if they just flew over those hydrofoils and just got eliminated. It's really going to be difficult for GoldenEye. who is the surprise comeback. If this works out for him, it's going to be really difficult for him to overcome these cryocopters. And, well, a little bit of a chrono rift going on. Takes those units out, and he's going to fire off the cryogeddon. So he's going to force this army, as soon as it spawns back in, to immediately be frozen. That's a pretty good combo. The chrono rift is a pretty good thing to use in combination with something else. And he actually... the spy does nothing. He actually is going to be calling in some units using the chronosphere as well, and this is the best chance that GoldenEye has. Can he make it happen? Even a sentry bomber flying over here, but it's just mass destruction on the side of ANF, or on the mass killing on the side of ANF, rather, as he just completely wipes clean the floor of GoldenEye. Everything from GoldenEye just goes down. That was a great attempt by GoldenEye. That was like a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch, but it didn't do very much. I thought that was going to be a little bit more damage taken by ANF, but he just swept through and eliminated GoldenEye very easily. One Peacekeeper, it looks like, managed to sneak through. These Dolphins, hey, I love the attempt. I love the idea. But those Dolphins just aren't doing nothing for anybody. They are going to circle and circle and circle, and good for them. Cryocopters and IFVs joining forces to quickly blast through the buildings of GoldenEye. And, well, GoldenEye, he's going to try something. The only thing is, ANF doesn't actually have a lot of buildings. Like, if GoldenEye had an army on the opposite side of the map, this could actually be a base race. Now, one player has a ton of cryocopters, so it is actually, you know, like, cryocopters kill things very quickly. So you've got that kind of an advantage. The MCV for GoldenEye, it's going to head to the middle of the map. Is he going to try and stalemate this because he's got an MCV and I think ANF doesn't? ANF has no production facilities, and GoldenEye is going to try and stalemate this. So ANF is going to be able to kill everything, but because he's got no production, no MCV, no nothing, he's just got, you know, a million billion cryocopters. I think at the end of the day, ANF can suicide and get the win that way, but it might come down to the sentry bomber because the MCV is untouchable by the infantry. This is actually really problematic for ANF. GoldenEye, in an outright fight, would definitely win, but it's like, if you can't get to the guy's MCV, then you are truly stalemated. And I guess we'll see what happens then. Unless ANF has something sneaky up his sleeve, because he can't repair the bridges without engineers. And GoldenEye is just going to, oh my gosh, is he going to be able to rebuild with an oil derrick and an MCV on the middle of the map, get out another airfield, and then just Vindicator him to death? I mean, in theory, this could actually work, because nothing that ANF has swims, and cryocopters don't actually kill things. I guess they can shut down the airfield, because the airfield can't, wait, is GoldenEye gonna... Oh my gosh, he's gonna call that in. Oh my gosh, GoldenEye does it! He gets the refinery, and that was it! The last thing that ANF had was that refinery. And he actually pulled that out. The cryocopters, they couldn't do anything without the peacekeepers. I can't believe that. Oh man, that was a crazy FFA. Oh, that turned out so weird. GoldenEye, the comeback golden child. And 43 minutes, Vindies the first one out, and then KingKonG. But GoldenEye brings it back in the end. Holy cow! That was a crazy game. What a sick FFA. That one's going to be the hard one to beat. I mean, we've got other games in this stream, but like, that's going to be a hard one to beat. I can't believe he had that. What a sick game. Let's take a quick music break. Now's your time to get a little coffee, get a little tea. I'm going to try and read the chat. the OMGs, haha, perfect, LOL, LOL, easy, WTF. The confusion throughout. Goldie pulling that one out. That, like, Watching Zouth 2v1 those guys for like 30 minutes and just claw his way back to victory was pretty sick, but that like surprise factor and just the total punch right through your face was great from GoldenEye. What a great game. My wife tried to tell me something in the middle of that game, and I don't know what she said, so I'm going to go find out. Okay, I think my wife went on like a post-dinner walk. I think they ate dinner. I don't know. Wow, that was a crazy game. GoldenEye pulling it out. All right, you guys knew that we had to do it at some point. Oh, this one. All right, the names on this one are going to drive me crazy. This is not the end. We have got more replays to go through. I did not realize how long, I don't know, we've been going an hour and a half and we made it through 2 games, so we'll see how far we get. I plan to do 8 games today, 8 replays, but we'll see what we end up with. All right, we are on Carville for a 2v2v2 as our orange Soviets in the top right-hand corner teaming up with our blue player. This is blue-green. So the orange player is named blue-green. The blue player is named TheWhistler, who I think we have also seen on a 2v2v2 on Carville. All right, as the green allies in our middle team, this is SiberianBeast. Their teammate as the purple allies, this is Justin. I believe Justin5959. And our team in the south as our only Empire representative, this is mortoloerik. Mortoloerik? I don't know. Getting turret pushed immediately and going for a crane, playing Soviets as the yellow. This is obrubshik, who I think is like that's a person's name, or maybe a historical person or a fictional person, I don't know. But obrubshik sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong, but that is what we've got. So blue-green is the orange Soviet player, and then Whistler is his Soviet teammate. Then we have got a double allies team in the middle, Justin and SiberianBeast. They got some numbers at the end of their names. Currently turret pushing. And mortoloerik is our Cyan Empire, our only Empire representative, and then our third Soviet player is obrubshik. So like I said, these names are probably going to kill me, but we will do our best. We will try our hardest to not mess people's names up, or we'll make a game out of it and we'll mess people's names up on purpose. One or the other, either one will work. Justin and SiberianBeast, they're bringing out the pressure. They're bringing up the damage right out of the gate. Going to be going for the kill on this Empire player. At the very least, forcing him far, far away. I don't think they're going to get the kill on the MCV because of how far away it is, but this is going to make it pretty difficult for mortoloerik and Morto and obrub. Brubshik is going to have to split the left half of the map, or this left edge of the map, with his buddy. So those two guys are going to be teaming up. And we'll see how long they survive. Carville can be so weird, so wonky. Oh! Okay, we have crates. I did not check. This could have been a 40k starter. Does anyone have, like, an absurd amount of money? Wait, who's Morto? We want Morto. Okay, Morto has 3 grand, so I think this was a 10k starter. You know, sometimes people play with the other rule sets, you know, 10k starting is standard for competitive matches and, like, normal games. But some players play, you know, crates on 40k starting, crates on 25k starting, you know, whatever. But it looks like it was a 10k starter based on the fact that Morto has 3,500. But we got some veterancy crates. I think we got some money crates. We got some health crates. We got all kinds of potential for shenanigans. No, it's not as fun as Red Alert 2 crates, where you could get like a Yuri MCV when you're playing allies or another MCV or whatever. But we've got ourselves a 2v2v2 with crates on, so who knows what will happen? We might get some players doing some clutch healing. I love this. Dropping a Tesla coil and running. Do we have flak troopers coming out? No, nothing is coming out from Obrub. So blue-green is just going to let this Tesla coil get to finish up this Tesla coil, and that might be it for this expansion. And I thought Morto was going to get this top left corner, like Obrub was going to let Morto get that, but Obrub has just taken for himself 5 refineries. Looks like he lost that one, selling it off after that engineer threatened it. TheWhistler sending out an engineer to do a little bit of harassment. And Obrub just immediately losing all 3 of those refineries. He gets himself 1,000 credits, so that's nice from the box, but down 3 refineries that you spent the cash on and probably didn't get anything from is a little bit unfortunate. Obrub going to be striking out with his own Tesla coil push, so he's going to be dropping that down. Where's the engineer? The engineer has no opportunity to find an opening. He's going to try and force an opening through this wall, break down a couple of wall segments, and then get into this super reactor. So that's a nice attempt. Oh, he gets it. And he might actually grab this. No, there's the sell-off. Nicely done by Obrub. Oh, and the engineer actually survives. I can't believe that. The engineer actually survives, and now he's going to go for another wall segment. This is so annoying for Obrub. Blue-green and the Whistler going for the annoying plays, as we do have Justin going to be crushing in with these cryocopters. 3 Apollos as well going to be going up against the 4 MiGs of the Whistler, and the Whistler is going to be winning that fight, it looks like, just barely with his MiGs, getting a couple of extra shots off there. No bear. Oh, actually, the Bears are going to be able to break free because all of the Peacekeepers are on that shield mode, so the Bears will run right past them. Flak cannon gets deployed, pushes away that twin blade, and it looks like the engineer cap shenanigans will fall apart. The Whistler going to be swinging through with his MiGs to hunt down those cryocopters, and Siberian Beast is going to be looking to try and put some damage on to the Whistler with his Apollos, but it won't quite work out. Another twin blade, possibly with another engineer, I'm not sure, is going to be heading out, and little pockets of damage here and there. Obrub going to be showing up with another Tesla coil. This time he's going to be defending his theoretical rightful expansion. Blue-green getting his MCV chased a very far distance from home. He has got a very awkward setup here, as he's going to be losing this refinery to a Tesla coil, and then potentially losing his base to all of this allied nonsense here on the right side of the map. I guess the MCV will escape for blue-green for now. It's taking a bunch of damage from these tank busters, and this game is turning so weird as our player who started out in the top right-hand corner is now occupied in the top right-hand corner, but not really able to do anything. He's lost this harvester here. He's got 1 harvester harvesting away. He's got an oil derrick as well. Blue-green is just in a terribly awkward spot. The Whistler, however, is going to be saving him with those couple of twin blades. And maybe the Whistler will be... Oh my gosh! Morto chasing down this MCV, and now he's got it into the low damage mode, so the tank busters can close the distance that much easier. Blue-green, with being attacked in every direction, might be functionally out of this game. He may only have an airfield to his name, and that actually might be enough. Twin blades are good. I don't know if he'll be able to hold on to his refineries in the top right-hand corner of the map, but blue-green losing this MCV is definitely unfortunate for him. And Goodbye. Booyah, says the tank buster who gets the kill as he gets promoted to basically being a general. The Peacekeepers break out of those bears and also break apart those bears as the cryocopter or the cryoblast helping out with that significantly. This power plant will go down. The conscript gets eliminated. And Justin still trying to push north, still trying to eliminate blue-green. All right, so real quick. War Factory coming down. Is that... Oh, we got a crane. I didn't see the crane. I saw that he had the super reactor in the airfield, but I didn't see he had the crane. He's got very little income, though. So this is a little bit unfortunate for blue-green. He might have production, but no actual refineries. He's got that oil derrick, so we have to keep that in mind. Blue-green still can contribute one way or another. And this super reactor may actually be going down and taking all of these Peacekeepers with it. The bear, can he get the roar off in time? He does! He gets the roar off on 3 of the Peacekeepers and gets the kill on the 4th Peacekeeper. Very nicely done there by blue-green to barely manage to save something in this game. TheWhistler building Natasha. He does have aircraft carriers to contend with, but a lovely snipe from Natasha will deal with an aircraft carrier quite quickly. So an aircraft carrier harassing your base, Natasha is a good answer if you can get close enough to activate that snipe. And if your opponent doesn't already have something, I guess really just an engineer to go for the cap of that aircraft carrier. The jig is up. The Apollo is going to take some shots off on those MiGs, and then the Whistler turns around and he's like, oh, actually, I have enough to fight this and to win. Aircraft carrier gets eliminated. MiGs go down as the hydrofoils show up as well to join with the Apollos and try and do something. Cryocopter is going to start working away on these Akula subs, but they'll probably go back under before they actually get frozen. Big push by Siberian Beast. The Riptide's being utilized with so many Javelin Troopers. This is a serious amount of firepower, and they need to turn their guns to the skies immediately. The Twin Blades going down one after another. A final Twin Blade goes down as they try to escape, and those Javelin Troopers do not mess around when it comes to anti-air. Javelin Troopers are quite fierce. Siri just translated or just captured like that entire thing that I just said. My Apple Watch activating there with like a gigantic paragraph of everything I've said for the last minute. Javelin Troopers going to get the laser lock, but the Bears are not going to let them have it. Very nice cover there by the Whistler with the Bears pulling in to get the kill on those Javelin Troopers. Well done by him. Akula subs, they're going to be surfacing, firing off their ultra torpedoes to try and clean up that aircraft carrier, and satellites will be getting called down on the assault destroyers or the naval yard, possibly the target there as the satellites crash in. Only the tier 1 satellite drops, so not a big deal. Morto must be out of this game cash-wise. I guess you're never out of the game technically, because as long as you have some kind of a unit to get those cash boxes, then you could get enough cash to get up another refinery and get yourself back into this game. Akula subs are being hunted down piece by piece. The assault destroyers and the aircraft carrier going to be joining together to kill off those Akula subs. And of course, the nice thing is with the assault destroyers, you can shoot at the Akula subs when they're under the water. So even if they're submerged and they're safe from the aircraft carrier, they aren't always safe from the assault destroyers. But usually you can slip away because the assault destroyers don't go that far away from their carrier group. The Whistler with Twin Blades here on the right side and MiGs to support them. He's going to be going for a bit of Harvester harass. The Apollos show up, and the MiGs are a little bit late, which means one Twin Blade might go down. The Apollos choosing to engage the MiGs directly, and that is a death sentence for sure. As they are going to now, the Twin Blades are now going to turn their guns on the Harvesters, while the Dreadnought goes for the buildings. And that's always a good play. And the buildings don't move, the Harvesters do, so you're going to have a hard time killing a Harvester with a Dreadnought, but a much easier time killing the refinery. Akula subs firing off, and there goes the EMP missile as it locks down the Dreadnought. Gets 2 of the Bullfrogs as well. The Akula subs doing what they can to buy time, and actually with no hydrofoils nearby, they might be able to jump on a couple of these aircraft carriers. Goodbye, one aircraft carrier. No more EMP for Justin as the Dreadnought breaks free of its EMP lock. And actually, this Akula sub barely surviving for long enough that this Dreadnought is going to get another volley of missiles off. It's not quite going to work out, and a great call utilizing that cryo shot to freeze that Dreadnought and get the kill with the Assault Destroyer. The Akula sub will be able to finish off the Assault Destroyer one way or the other, but goodbye Dreadnoughts, goodbye aircraft carrier, just almost everything getting eliminated there. And oh my gosh, this Assault Destroyer is escaping. The black hole armor gives it that extra bit of health, and now these Ultra Torpedoes should seal the deal. He doesn't even use them, he's just utilizing the regular torpedoes, as these Akula subs can now resubmerge, go back under the water. Blue-green has been defeated. Everything is Whistler from here on out. Obrubshik and Morto are both still in this game, but the Whistler is now under control of everything that Blue-green has. So Blue-green didn't have a whole lot going on, but our first casualty just hands things over to the Whistler. And honestly, the Whistler is pretty darn well set up. He's got a lot of tech. He's got, he's got up to that tier 3. He's got Kirovs and Dreadnoughts. He's going to have a hard time going up against a double Allies team and another Soviet player off to the side. But he at least doesn't have to deal with any Empire shenanigans. No Tengu Cloud flying in and trying to ruin his Twin Blades' day. But this is going to be difficult for the Whistler nonetheless. MiGs showing up to defend that super reactor on the left side of the island. Meanwhile, Natasha going for a kill on a hydrofoil on the right side of the island. Oh, I thought that Dreadnought was going for the refinery. He was going for the IFVs. One of the fastest vehicles in the game. Dreadnought's not going to hit that. Balloon bombs and tank buster surprise. When you've got an MCV in a team game, that is what you can do. You can utilize those support powers to try and do something with them. And, hey, your teammate is there as well. You maybe do a little combo attack like we just saw right there. So, Morto is still in this, but there's a thing called Caster's Curse, and normally it's about, who's looking good to win the tournament. But, like, as I say, Morto is still in this. He literally leaves the game. I could, if I tried to time that, I would not have been able to get the timing that precise. But, that was perfect timing. Okay, so it's Justin and Siberian versus the Whistler versus Obrub. And Obrub is honestly looking pretty powerful. The Whistler is looking pretty powerful. They both got that tier 3 big Soviet eco, big Soviet army going on. And then in the corner is Justin and Siberian. And don't count these two guys out because they got those cryos. No one's built a super weapon yet, which is actually kind of surprising. Anyways, our allied players, they've got those cryos. They've got that sneaky corner position. And they can kind of hole up there and let the Soviets duke it out and then come back in and sweep through for the victory. Tanya going to be going north, going to be disappointed that she can't bust through the walls, but of course Vindicators and a million other things can break through the walls, so we'll have to see what Tanya actually manages to do. Another refinery could be on her hit list, as the MiG's going to be turning south, and the Whistler going to be going for the big Kirov play. We always love to see the Kirovs. That is a lot of flak cannon fire lighting that boy up. Well, not every Kirov can be a beaut. That one was lovely to see, but ultimately, not a lot. Beacon going down. Dreadnought gets jumped on. The Whistler manages to secure the kill and not save his battle lab. It goes down. Crushing there the moment. Just one rocket too many for that battle lab to stay standing. Where is Tanya? Over here in the water, getting shot by a conscript. How lame would it be if Tanya went down to a conscript? Gonna time belt backwards, try to escape the Twin Blades, but that is not going to work. Goodbye, Tanya. The Tesla Coil able to deal with the Dolphins, and I guess a V4 on land is gonna get a couple of shots off there. It actually nails the naval yard, gets the kill on that naval yard. Nicely done from the ground as the Dreadnought just gets destroyed. And goodbye refinery. This guy from the land with bullfrogs and MiGs. I almost called them mole frogs, which would be wrong. But with Bullfrogs and MiGs guiding that V4, there may not... Well, he could go for a suicide run, which might be exactly what he does. The Twin Blades come in. Obrubshik looking for the kill on the V4. He gets it, but I can't believe that that would be cost-effective. There must be another V... Oh, there actually isn't a V4 because he lost the Battle Lab. That actually was worth it. Obrubshik didn't save the refinery. It wasn't worth it. I don't know if it's worth it or not, but I think it's not worth it. He loses the refinery. I was going to say that another V4 is going to be right around the corner, so sacrificing a ton of Twin Blades to get a kill on one V4. But Ultra Torpedoes seal the deal. They didn't even need to. They all fire off to get the guaranteed kill as the Cryogeddon fires off for one of our allied players. And actually now Siberian Beast and Justin going to be joining forces. Justin bringing the tech, Siberian Beast bringing the speed and the firepower to cut down Blue-Green's original refinery, which I wonder if Blue-Green, is that a reference to Red-Green? What was that? Was that a Canadian TV show from, like, the 90s? Something about duct tape and fixing things, and I don't know. I never actually watched that show, but I saw some clips, and I have some friends who really loved it. But Blue-Green, our orange Soviet player, one of his original refineries getting cleaned up there. TheWhistler and Obrubshik might be kind of in an awkward stalemate. Neither one of them has a vacuum imploder or an iron curtain, so they don't have those classic tools which are sort of the stalemate breakers. The vacuum imploder in the right spot or an iron curtain correctly utilized can be quite devastating. And this is crazy. I didn't even think about this, but of course we can have Empire-Soviet combos. They aren't necessarily as fantastic as some of those combos in Kane's Wrath, you know, Black Hand inside of Hammerheads or something like that, Descents inside of APCs, but we do have some potential for some Soviet Empire combos. And this is a great delay tactic by TheWhistler. Like, does it stop the attack? No, because of course you can drive a Shogun battleship back to the Naval Yard, but that's a great delay tactic by him. Give you another minute or so to try and come up with something to rebuild, to get your Battle Lab back online, to get you a couple of V4s out or something. And everyone's just kind of staring at each other. I mean, this is the point of the game where, like, this is the stage of the game, rather. I don't want to say it's the point of the game in, like, in a design sense. But this is the stage of the game where you got some trouble breaking the other players. Satellites are going to get called down on the super reactor, but Obrubshik probably has 10 other super reactors spread out around the map. The follow-up is going to be the Twin Blades coming in to finish this guy off. Goodbye, super reactor. The Twin Blades with the reverse move, able to avoid pretty much all of that damage. And the flak cannon is still here. The flak cannon is still powered. And it is still shooting down Twin Blades. The Whistler losing a lot of Twin Blades to that. His own Twin Blades, and every single Bullfrog gets infected. Are you kidding me? But he's brought 5 APOC tanks right to the front line, and a Sputnik as well as he cleans up almost every single terror drone. Look at this from the Whistler. These are RA2 tactics. That many terror drones, that much usage out of the terror drones and these APOC tanks. One of them gets sniped by Natasha. Obrubshik trying to find some kind of purchase. He's utilizing double barracks production and double a flak cannon, I guess, as he's looking to try and pull something out here. And look at that by the Whistler, capturing his own APOC tank as Cryogeddon fires off and Peacekeepers get dropped in with Tanya as well. But a V4 gets a kill on one Peacekeeper. Tanya surviving the blast of that super reactor, and the APOC tank utilizing its grinder, but the terror drone gets the kill on Tanya. The drop of Tanya as we've got 20 seconds left on the chronosphere from Justin. He shows up with Apollos, but Apollos do nothing against Bullfrogs as they just get cleaned up out of the sky. Every single Bullfrog or every single Apollo going down. Still with some kind of build radius on the front line. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? Obrubshik with a clutch Tesla Trooper stopping the heroic APOC tank from killing that barracks. But no, it doesn't matter. The V4 tried to save his APOC buddy, but it just doesn't matter as Obrubshik pushing forward. The reinforcements, the build radius, somehow unstoppable. The Whistler with low power mode has a Tesla coil that doesn't fire. And now Mirage tanks getting teleported to the central island. The Whistler getting savaged from every direction. twice at the same time, and he's just getting blasted to bits, but he's fighting back. TheWhistler, the hero of every Soviet player, the Twin Blade, coming back to save the day and clear out the Allied scum from his base. Can you believe it? Obrubshik and Justin joining forces to try and bat down TheWhistler, and it just doesn't barely work. He has just enough strength in those Twin Blades to make something happen. Tengus from Obrubshik, a courtesy of Morto from earlier in this game, and somehow, someway, TheWhistler is going to try and pull out a victory. He must have a naval yard or some kind of production facility hunkered down somewhere around this map. Yes, over here, he can rebuild an MCV if he doesn't already have one. He does have one. He's got so much tech, so much infrastructure just went down. His main base under assault, and now he's going to be losing Twin Blades potentially to flak troopers inside of these buildings, but barely. No, they survive! The damage is spread out enough that the Twin Blades actually survive. And that Tesla coil clearing up that Akula sub is just nice latent damage from Obrubshik. What a nuts 2v2v2 this turned into. A definitely slow start, especially after the action-packed FFA that we just watched. But this is turning into some crazy games sent in by you guys to my email. So thank you for sharing these games with me. I honestly don't think at this point that we're going to get through all 8 replays today. These games have been so long and so good that I don't know that we'll be able to, that I'll have time to do this. But TheWhistler, he is still in this. He is beaten down. He is battered, bruised, and everything else. But he is technically still in this. Ultra Torpedoes firing off. And also, Baby Bert firing off as well. What sound does the Ultra Torpedo make? He's just very confused. The Apollo's showing up. The Bullfrogs trying to chase them away. Oh, thank you for bringing me my shoes, Baby Bert. What sound does the trunk make? That's not right at all. You're supposed to go honk. Yeah, that's close enough. He just went on a walk. He's around. It's bedtime soon. Ultra Torpedoes firing off, cleaning up. Nope, they don't even clean up the reactor. They cut and run. They're like, hey, that Tesla coil is too much for us. Yeah. Siberian Beast and Justin, the only whole team still in this game. And they've actually got a chance. I don't know that they'll be able to make it happen, but they got another chronosphere ready to go. They got another teleport ready to activate. And a lovely crusher crane over here on the right side of the island from TheWhistler, going to be rebuilding his tier 3. And oh man, this hurts from Obrubshik taking the refinery. Oh, it's not depleted. I thought for sure it was going to be depleted. It actually had, you know, 5 or 6 grand probably when he took control of it, and now it's still got 3 grand left in it. So that's pretty good from Obrubshik. That's a pretty good get. Able to grab a couple of those refinery locations. Dropping Sputniks using the Twin Blades. Obrubshik is definitely the sleeping monster. Well, not really sleeping. He's the beast to keep an eye on. And maybe our allied players are the sleeping dragons to keep an eye on. But wait, what just froze? Was it it was a mirage he froze a tree. Not froze, he shrunk a tree. It's just a little tree. It's not a bush. It's a full-size tree, but it's just shrunk down. It's like a bonsai garden over there. Going for a little bit of expansion. Unfortunately for Justin and Siberian Beast, they were not able to save their expansion opportunity from TheWhistler, who comes in with the Twin Blades and just kills it. I feel like the crates disappeared. I've completely forgotten until just now that the crates were even in this game. TheWhistler with 2v4s. He's actually going to be pushing back Obrubshik from trying to make this happen. Cryogeddon firing off. Can he get the naval yard and the refinery? Does he actually have anything to do the killing? Yes, he does. He won't get the naval yard, but he'll get the refinery. How sick would it be if that refinery unfroze right as the bombs fell? Another refinery showing up almost immediately. It starts constructing. Dreadnought does come on out of that naval yard before the cryocopter can get there. And now he actually saved enough bombs. Look at that. Good play. Good play by Justin. Oh my gosh, so many bullfrogs showing up. And good. No, he survives almost. The cryocopter survives. The sentry bomber goes down. The dreadnought survives. The naval yard doesn't, but the refinery is back up and running, so that was a lovely handoff of the build radius. The naval yard provided build radius for the ore refinery. I guess the con yard is also right there. But at any rate, the Dolphins now going to be coming in. Still no time left on that chronosphere, so we could chronosphere the dreadnought onto land. It actually gets the Akula subs, but only 2 of them. The Dolphins all go down. I can't believe Siberian Beast didn't kill the dreadnought. I mean, hey, the Akula subs they're a threat, but, like, getting the dreadnought probably the thing to do. Oh, this MiG just having a heyday cleaning. Oh, that's so many Tengus. That's so many Tengus. Oh, obrubshik with the Tengu pull and the cruisers. Naginatana cruisers. Yeah, if you look at it, it doesn't have that many syllables, but they're still my Katana Naginata cruisers, whichever way you want to say it. I think that was a terror drone going for the kill on those Shogun battleships. It's so funny seeing Shogun battleships and a Tesla coil go together against Akula subs. It's a funny combination to see. The V4 back on land, launching those missiles. And is this satellites or is this toxins? It's toxins. They coat the area, and the V4 does manage to escape. They clear out those buildings as well. Couple of our Soviet players utilizing their abilities pretty well. Naval or refinery core going to be coming up. Naginata is going to be cleaning up that Akula sub. They get the kill very nicely there. Hands off a double vet status to one of those Naginatas. And double refinery being established, but that is not going to last. Not with all of these twin blades here. Well, maybe not, because the bullfrogs and the MiGs here to save the day. Even the Sputnik going down, but the mass transform of the Tengus. Can they kill the MCV? Absolute carnage as the Tengus clear out everything on the ground. And Natasha gets cleaned up. The bear goes down, and even the bomber gets scared away. Goodbye, MCV. The Whistler getting beaten down once again. Obrubshik bringing the pain, bringing the power with so many guns and so much firepower, trying to go for the kill on that refinery as well. What a crazy match back and forth this has been. The sleeping giants in the south, Justin and Siberian Beast, they make an appearance once again. They've had a constant presence in that corner, but the 2 Soviet players have been duking it out against each other so consistently that I keep forgetting that there are 2 Allied players. There are as many Allied players as there are Soviet players in this game. Just the Soviet players are a lot more active, and that may end up being their downfall as they blast through their money. They blitz all of their income on units to kill each other, and then they've got nothing left to deal with the Allied players. Chronosphere just counted down once again. Still no super weapons from our Soviet players. No vacuum imploder, no iron curtain, no psionic decimator, no nano swarm hive from our Empire player, Obrubshik. What a crazy game this has been overall. Just all sorts of action all over the place. Mass Tengus now going to be going up against MiGs. They're hunting down those twin blades, and they are going to get the kill. But it's a Tengu sandwich from the left, from the right. The Bullfrogs too little, too late to save the day. Bullfrogs on the water as well from Obrubshik, but that's going to be a teleport into the back of Obrubshik's base, and the infrastructure is going to be going down. Tanya jumping into the building and may actually be able to get a little bit more damage done as these twin blades are distracted. No, Tanya goes down, but the Mirage tanks are blasting through a crane, blasting through an airfield, but too much more won't go down as the twin blades clear up every single Mirage tank, one after another. They might actually get this refinery with the time bomb anyways. That'll be pretty sick one way or the other. The Tengus are here, and the refinery gets eliminated. The power plant survives. The other refinery is fine. But that was a great combo move by our allied players. And, oh, we love to see it. The, like, magnetic harpoon or whatever it's called. I don't actually remember what that ability is called. It's something like magnetic harpoon. Utilized on the naval units to force them away. Great toxin drop. Wow. By obrubshik or by TheWhistler. Huge amount of toxins dumped all over that allied army. And they're like, hey, take that, Cryogeddon. I mean, sure, Cryogeddon kills vehicles like crazy, but, you know, we got your infantry. Magnetic Singularity pulling that Shogun battleship in. A fully heroic Shogun battleship about to get satellites dropped on it. Only get down to half health. All right, good to know. A fully heroic Shogun battleship goes down to half health. Yeah, magnetic harpoon. And the hydrofoil is killing off that, or is going for that that ore collector. Going to stop that ore collector from being a threat in this game. We saw a brief appearance of the space cable showing up for just a moment. Goodbye, hydrofoil. We had fun seeing you. That's a real bullfrog. That's not a sudden transport. You do have to be sure with this obrubshik guy. You never know what one of his units might actually be. EMP missile firing off. Tengu's going to be going for the big transform directly onto those aircraft carriers. But how many will get caught by the Cryogeddon? Not that many. Most of them will escape. And how many guns are actually available to go for the kill on those units? Apparently not that many, as both aircraft carriers go down. A couple of the Tengus going to be eliminated, and a couple of the bullfrogs maybe as well. Obrubshik, still a powerhouse player in this game. TheWhistler now becoming the quiet one, trying to just rebuild quietly off to the side. Yeah, my MCV got eliminated like twice, but I got a crane. I've been able to rebuild. I got enough refineries under my control that I'm able to make that happen. So much firepower coming out from these guys. The 3v3 is on my list, but I don't know if I will get to it. These games have just been so crazy, so long as well, that I may not have time. We'll have to see what our clock is looking like at the end of, like, game number 4. But we're only, like, 3 games into an 8-replay stream that I thought, and I'm already like, well, I don't know if we have time for all 8. Another refinery going to be coming out from Obrubshik. We might actually be at a much more literal stalemate than what I was saying earlier. Big time bomb just went off. It almost killed an airfield. It maybe killed something else, but or maybe that was a satellite drop. The little flame at the end looked time bomby, but it might have been a satellite drop. Another Tanya coming down. Bullfrogs? No, she's going straight for the super reactor. She's not going to get it. If only the time belt worked into the future. That's the only way for that Tanya to get to that super reactor. Nice catch by TheWhistler. Those darn allied players always being so sneaky. Although we do have another chronosphere ready. Lone engineer just hanging out for TheWhistler. He's ready to go. Twin Blades, buildings getting cleaned up by toxins. Twin Blades swinging through the middle. Bippity-boppity. I'm going to drink some coffee. Oh, Mig's showing up. TheWhistler. That's so many Tengus. This is like the definition of my dad could beat up your dad, or like standing behind someone else, and it's like, yeah, fight me. And of course, it's just 800 Tengus. You're like, yeah, fight me. And the Migs are like, well, we'd love to fight you. We'd love to not fight the 800 Tengus standing behind you. The Twin Blades are just peering between the legs of the Tengus. They're like, yeah, do something about it. Shogun battleship firing some shots at the MCV. It got a little bit too close to the expansion of Obrubshik. We got 4 people still in this game. It's a 6-player game, and only 2 of them have left. And I have no idea when this game is going to end. How do we have no offensive super weapons? We got a chronosphere, which can be used offensively, but it's not, you know, the big nuke kind of thing. No vacuum imploder, no proton cannon, proton collider. I think I called it a proton cannon in the other game. Proton collider, no psionic decimator. Ooh, more airfields. Who wants to see twin blades? If you want to see twin blades, these are Mirage tanks with no anti-air against a player who builds a bajillion twin blades. He's literally building more twin blades as you blow up his airfields. I mean, that's a good attempt. Our allied players are going to be trying to do something. Chrono... What was that? Was that a Chrono Rift, or that looked like a magnetic singularity starting or ending? I guess it was the end of a magnetic singularity. Gigantic cryogeddon firing off, but we got Tengus, we got Twin Blades joining forces, coming together to potentially blast down this allied air fleet, this allied fleet from the air, rather, not the air fleet. That doesn't make any sense. Where are those Tengu shots going? They're getting blasted over to the right side by something. V4 firing off, cleans up a barracks, cleans up a refinery as well. Obrubshik starting to get pushed back by kind of a combo attack of the TheWhistler and our allied players. I guess really just Justin. Siberian wasn't so much a part of that attack. They've taken the southern part, kind of. They really need to take that ore mine. I mean, yeah, it's depleted. It'll take a long time to pay for itself, but you might as well get it. They should have whatever the supply chain upgrade is called. That gets you a little bit more cash out of all those refineries. So, on the plus side, the stream is working pretty well, considering this is an all-new setup. Hopefully it's not... hopefully... Ooh, we got cash right over here, standing next to Natasha. She was probably told to get that crate, but the pathing put her next to the crate instead of activating the crate, which is always annoying. There we go. Hopefully there is no crackliness from the microphone from the new audio setup, but also hopefully the frame rate is pretty good. It says no drop frames. It says everything is working correctly, so that's good. The TheWhistler or Siberian Beast just grabbing that crate that was near the TheWhistler. TheWhistler losing that opportunity. This multi-gunner IFV skirting around the map, trying to do something with its life. Will get chased down by twin blades and eliminated. Fires off a couple of shots, returning the favor. Hello. Mirage tanks, Guardian tanks, twin blades. What are we doing here? We got 7 seconds left on a chronosphere. And 2 cool subs heading north. Do we see a group of anything? Chronosphere, all of these Javelin troopers. Is that like 8 Mirage tanks? Yeah, that's 5 there, 5 more there, 10 Mirage tanks. That's a lot of Mirage. Da-da-da. Gonna fast forward a bit. Toxins dropped on the buildings. You got vision of the chronosphere, so you can drop the toxins there. Might as well, I guess. Something fires off there. Twin blades circling the north, cleaning up refineries or something. Toxins completely miss basically everything. Those rocks and trees are Mirage tanks indeed. And Obrubshik is pushing in. Twin blades and Tengus joining forces. The APOC tank is the only thing left as the Tengus absolutely slice through everything in the sky. And the twin blades turn north. They go for that super reactor. They go for the war factory and perhaps the crane after that, as the TheWhistler is going to have a tough time rebuilding if he doesn't have anything that builds. Tengu's swinging through, and now the Tengu's blocking the bullfrogs, body blocking them, so the twin blades can keep their power punching through. The Tengus are going to be transforming in just a moment to clean up those twin blades, but the bullfrogs may be back. No, it's actually going to be the MiGs that save the day, maybe? 2 MiGs show up, and that is still enough Tengus to deal with 2 MiGs, especially since they're fully heroic, and oh my gosh, they just sliced through those MiGs so quickly. The twin blades have survived on both sides, but that was some pretty clutch damage done. The crane did get eliminated. The naval yard is still here, so even if the MCV has gone down, which I don't know that it has, there is still stuff going on for our Soviet player. The APOC tank survived all of that crazy damage and stuff that was happening. He survived it all. Oh my gosh, bullfrogs. Those Apollos, they all go down. Justin completely AFK in that sense, not noticing all of those guys going down. He fired off his chronosphere somewhere. I'm not sure what it was. Deluxe time bomb, supreme time bomb even, is indeed here. It won't kill off the super reactor, but it'll do some good damage to the other stuff. The harvesters are going to try and escape away from there, forcing the sell-off of the structures that are going to go down. I love the little flame animation that happens at the end of the time bomb. I love some of the design stuff that they did like that. It's so great. Toxins get dropped again, most likely by obrubshik. I guess it could have been the Whistler. Probably not. The Whistler now going to be returning the favor. He said, hey, you punched me in the face with a bunch of twin blades. I'm going to punch you in the face with a bunch of twin blades. You have 1,000,000 Tengus, while I have like 8 MiGs. And they'll probably lose to your Tengus, but they'll kill a bunch of your Tengus first. Actually, if the Tengus stack up, the MiGs will destroy them. But not necessarily, that's not necessarily how that engagement will go. It also depends on if you have point defense drones, which these do not. This is not actually enough Tengus to deal with all these MiGs if they get into the spot in time. And they do. The bullfrogs are a little bit lax, and there's only 4 of them. So there is a way that this could work out, but everyone is going to choose to disengage. So you can't blame the Whistler for not wanting to like roll the dice on throwing away pretty much his entire air army. Gets a kill on a Shogun battleship. Great call there. Proton Collider has a little under 3 minutes left from Justin. Siberian Beast turns north. The bear goes down. MiG circling over that oil derrick. Mirage tanks closing the distance on the MCV. There's the sell-off. Obrubshik losing both MCVs relatively quickly, and this might be a fire sale from him. He's clearing out this section of the map, but he's sticking around in the other part of the map. I guess we'll see how long this super reactor lasts for. I think these Mirage tanks, if they press forward, should be able to clean up that one lonely super reactor if they're careful. Bullfrogs drawing, the MiGs drawing the Apollos into the Bullfrogs, and the Bullfrogs cleaning up the skies, just clearing everything out. So many times have our allied players lost pretty much all of their Apollos one way or another, either to the MiGs or the Tengus or the Bullfrogs, as there goes the super reactor. It gets eliminated by that precision bomber. And that's all you needed to do. You don't have to win the game right here. You can kind of skirt these buildings, go in and try and avoid the Shogun battleship as much as you can, or you can try and push up the right side of the map and do something over there. But also killing off this oil derrick would be a pretty easy thing to do. Goodbye, infantry. Magnetic Singularity, dicing those infantry into little itty bits and just absolutely frying them. Still 4 players in this game. We started with 6, and we've got 4. We got down to 4 pretty darn quickly, but well, I guess 2 aircraft carriers. I thought you couldn't. I thought dogs and bears you couldn't take control of building or units with. I guess you can. I thought it was only engineers on the water, and then like Shinobi and I don't know what else swims for the Empire. But I didn't think you could use bears. I thought for sure that I had tried that before and it didn't work. But hey, it works. Oh, these allied players, they try. Oh my gosh, those tank busters! Those tank busters absolutely shredding, melting all of those Mirage tanks. The Shogun battleship is not hurting in that case, helping out with the melting of those Mirage tanks. A little bit of cash back happening for the Whistler. He's getting himself, I don't know, that was 5 times 187. That's like 956? That's not right, but it's somewhere around there. Yeah, I guess it's pretty close, because 5 times 200 would be 1,000, so... yeah, I don't know. Somebody who's not doing math on air can tell me. Proton Collider ready to go. Where's it going to fire off to? I don't know. Allied players can still win this for sure. They just have the sort of weakest army. I say that as they're actually doing a pretty good job of clearing up a bunch of twin blades. They're not doing a good job of doing anything else with their army, but they can kill some air units with Apollos, so. But, you know, they're all still in this. They've all still got a chance. This is like the 4th Kirov we've seen in this game, and maybe like the 2nd building actually killed by a Kirov. Bye-bye, Kirov. I'm sad. If only the Kirovs could do more. I don't know. Doop-de-doop-doop. What do we got? Proton Collider still hasn't fired off. Apollo's dealing with some Tengus, but obviously not enough. The Bullfrogs clean up the Apollos. 1 second or 1 minute left on the Chronosphere. Precision Bomber gets the kill on both of the V4s, but not Natasha. Time Bomb getting called down. Super Reactor and the Ore Refinery. Can't freeze the Time Bomb, so that's what they did there. Drops another Time Bomb, the combo Time Bomb. And actually, this is the fast Time Bomb, so it will get the kill. I don't know if the Supreme Time Bomb does as much damage. When you blow it up and it's frozen, I think it does less damage than regular. Chris or Edvin or someone would have to weigh in on that, but I think it does less damage. I might be wrong, but I remember that was a tactic where you would freeze the Time Bomb and then call in the Precision Bomber, and it was like a 1-2-3 where you would get to use the Time Bomb immediately if you timed it right. Oh! That was sick. Natasha called in the Bomber, but then the Bomber got weapon jammed by the Hydrofoils. And that was a neat little play there. Terror Drone going to get eliminated by that Vindicator. And the V4s kill their own Terror Drone a little bit, unfortunately. MiGs clean up the Vindicator. MCV gets called back by the Magnetic Singularity. Proton Collider and the Chronosphere still haven't been utilized. There's the Chronosphere to try and get that MCV away to safety. Over here, takes a little bit of damage, and it's still got its little floaters out. It's still trying to float on land. It should clear up once it actually moves or deploys or something. There we go. Might want to build a barracks and drop an engineer into that fella. Get him nice and healed up. Twin Blades show up. Building gets toxined. Proton Collider still hasn't fired off. Natasha's still hanging out with 2 V4s, even though the V4s from earlier went down. They got rebuilt. Tanya showing up over here. Tanya gets eliminated. And hey, we got another Proton Collider, so double Proton Collider from our allied team. So we got that going for us. Yeah, the double Proton Collider. He heard that, and now Baby Bruce is like, hey, now I'm interested. Now that you got a double Proton Collider in this 2v2v2, which had some pretty great action earlier and some pretty crazy moves, but, you know, now that it's got 2 Proton Colliders, I'm interested. And look at that, Obrubshik with the Iron Curtains in the corner, of course, against Chronosphere Tanya's. Then you need some walls to keep all of that stuff safe. Maybe even a Tesla coil or a Tesla coil or a thing. You know, whatever. Tesla coil, flak cannons, walls, all things to keep your Iron Curtain and your vacuum imploder safe. Chronosphere is ready to go. V4, the Dreadnought, firing some missiles. Something was shooting at that power plant. I don't know what that was. Thank you, Obrubshik, for building super weapons. Peacekeeper and a bear looking at each other. Oh my gosh, long distance harvesting with 2 harvesters. These harvesters against this ore refinery. The Whistler showing up with a bunch of twin blades. Yeah, he gets chased away by the Tengus. Satellites get dropped on bomb. Just gave the refineries a little bonk. They're fine. They'll be happy. Hey, the Dreadnought finally putting some damage out on those allied players. 3.5 minutes left on those proton colliders. One of them fired off at some point. I don't know. Did some damage somewhere. Obrubshik is looking pretty tough. Double vet for that Dreadnought. MiGs against Apollos. Way more Apollos. But, of course, the Apollos don't really shoot down, so... Bullfrogs showing up. They don't get a single kill. The Apollos, that F key is fast enough to save them. Might get a couple of Apollos on the deck. One airfield goes down. Looks like another time bomb combo firing off there. Riptide's showing up to try and clean up something, but the Dreadnought is also there to try and clean up the Riptides. As long as the Riptides keep moving, the Dreadnought will never hit it. Oh, it's actually the V4s! The V4s from land get the kill there. Magnetic Singularity to shut down the Chronosphere, stop it from teleporting away. Oh! That is sick! If that is what I think it is, that Chronosphere got... Oh my gosh, the counterplay! What a sick call! That was insane! Alright, just to make sure everyone saw what happened, the Allied player tried to Chronosphere the Dreadnought onto land, which would have insta-killed it, and instead, the Soviet player used Magnetic Singularity. Oh, please grab it. Please grab the Riptide. Please grab the Riptide with the bear. Get it, get it, get it. Get the Riptide. No! The Twin Blades! No, it's too late! Oh, that was such a sick little moment. So he tried to Chronosphere the Dreadnought, but the Magnetic Singularity shut down the Chronosphere like mid-chrono, which doesn't make any sense, but it shut it down, and so you could just see the animation playing, but it hadn't actually activated the exit point. And so it was just stuck in time. What a crazy moment that just played out. Literally never seen that before. I mean, I'm sure people have done that before, but I've just never seen it happen that exactly. I mean, Magnetic Singularity has been used in combination with other stuff to pull off some hijinks, but that particular one where you use a Magnetic Singularity to save something from being Chronosphered, that is just crazy. Good night, baby bird. Those power plants getting eliminated. The IFVs showing up, and they're going to crush through those Twin Blades, but the Twin Blades managed to escape. 4 players still in this game. 4 players still in this game. TheWhistler, Obrubshik, putting on a fantastic show for our Soviet fans. Justin and Siberian Beast, they're trying. They're trying all the sneaky tactics. They're trying all the stuff around the corner. It's not quite working out as much as they would like. I don't know where that Proton Collider just fired off to. I don't know where that engineer just captured or tried to capture something. Oh, there it was. It was the refinery. Yeah, the Proton Collider just fired off, but I don't know what it hit. Possibly there. Vacuum imploder's ready. Oh, the MiGs! The Twin Blades go down. Every single Twin Blade, it looks like, got cleaned up. Nice catch by Obrubshik. Those MiGs cleaning up, and possibly the Tengus as well, cleaning up all of those Twin Blades. That's a sick catch. All right, low power on our allied players. They sell something off. 1 Proton Collider is ready to go. There's a sell-off of a power plant and a refinery. Justin is out! Out of the game. Justin has been defeated. 1 player from each team is left. All right, Siberian Beast, it is truly up to you to see if you can go beast mode and win this game. He's going to start by knocking... No, he didn't even kill the naval yard. Are you kidding me? It didn't kill the naval yard. It got the V4s on the high ground, but the naval yard survived with just a pixel of health. What did he call down on it? Someone green called something down on that. Oh, no, that was the end of the flare from the Proton Collider. I cannot believe that. Siberian Beast has been defeated. It's down to our 2 Soviet players, Obrubshik and TheWhistler. Who will get the win? Toxins don't affect buildings, right? I'm not crazy, right? This is not like bears can capture neutral vehicles, but like toxins don't kill buildings. If they do, well, that's something else I didn't know. Akula subs from Obrubshik, finally going to be pushing the Akula subs of TheWhistler down and away, but not actually killing them. They're just chasing them forever and ever. Migs and Twin Blades versus Migs and Twin Blades. Bullfrogs doing a bit of damage to Obrubshik. We didn't get to see the vacuum imploder fire off, I'm sorry. I'm sure it was sick wherever it was. Ultra Torpedoes being activated, and that is a fully heroic Akula sub, so it's 3 versus 4. But, oh, actually, no. Now that the Twin Blades are here, it's not even a fair fight as the Twin Blades get a kill on like 1 or 2 of the Akula subs almost immediately. Ultra Torpedoes can turn the tide when Akula subs are involved. But, in this case, now it's 3 versus 1, plus the help of, you know, Twin Blades potentially. TheWhistler. Wow, 2.5 hours, and we're not even through our 3rd game of the day. Absolutely crazy matches that this has been. The APOC tank, no! He dies, he lives on in our hearts, but he dies in reality. Because sometimes what you believe in your heart doesn't matter. Because the reality is that APOC tank is dead. Alright, what are we doing? Oh! Iron Curtain to save 1 Akula sub. And that would be the Akula sub. Look at this triple... Oh my gosh, this triple harvester thing. This is some Tiberium Wars stuff. And also every other Command & Conquer game. But not this one. I guess not CNC4 either. But don't worry. Let's not talk about economy and that. Alright, turn around, Whistler! Get him! Get him! Get him, you can do it. The health bars are going to be weird because you got a fully heroic at like 75% health, but now he's got a single vet who's got ultra torpedoes first. I don't know. Oh, the Whistler. The Whistler, no. Maybe the Whistler. Oh, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, he's distracted. He's elsewhere, like, you know, because he's getting torn apart by Twin Frog somewhere. No, the Whistler. The Akula sub. This other Akula sub, who was like the dunce of his class, just basically got lucky with a couple of kills. And was like, oh, you killed, like, something that wasn't firing back. That's not that difficult. If something is not returning fire, it's not that difficult to kill it. No, the Riptide. This was that Riptide that bear was supposed to grab. Still, no one's grabbed it. Alright. Migs are showing up. Twin Blades, Bullfrogs. I don't know. Terror Drone gets an infect. More Bullfrogs on the high ground. Terror Drone gets an infect. A lot of Terror Drone action happening from happening by the Whistler. Oh, that was the wrong button. Bullfrogs all get cleaned up. There's still some Twin Blades in the sky, but there's more Bullfrogs coming in from the water. The Whistler hanging on desperately to an attempt to win this game. Oh no, the Bullfrogs, they catch up with the Twin Blades. Skirt around the edge, and the Twin Blades all go down. 2 survive, maybe? 1 survives. Barely escapes with its life, and that one moment gave the Whistler so much more of a chance to win this game than he had like 20 seconds ago. Vacuum imploder files off, gets the Dreadnought, does big damage to the refinery, does big damage to the naval yard, and satellites are going to be called in to finish off this naval yard. Alright, there we go. The Whistler gets hemmed in even closer. More and more stuff is being taken away from the Whistler. I think he still has an MCV. He still has this oil derrick. Holy cow. That is one of the few remaining oil derricks on this map. There's like maybe 2 of them left. Twin blades are indeed going down to the bullfrogs. There's a war factory, so it doesn't matter the MCV if it's dead. Nope, it's right here. 4 refineries, maybe 5, 6 refineries? Yeah, 6. Oh my gosh, he's got 2 more here. The Whistler actually has a decent number of refineries. I mean, at this point, they're pretty much all depleted. Maybe some of them still have something inside of them, but he's pretty low on income, despite the high number of refineries. Iron Curtain is also ready to go. Magnetic Singularity fires off to pull in those bullfrogs. And does he do the thing where he lands the Twin Blades to get them invincibility? If you call the Twin Blades down to like pick units up, then you can then Iron Curtain them when they're on the ground, and then you have Iron Curtained Twin Blades, and then you can take on as many bullfrogs as you want. Oh, that's that fully heroic Akula sub from earlier. The one that killed off the Whistler's heroic Akula sub. Stasis doesn't really do any good here. You need to get the infect. There's the infection. It didn't save his Akula sub, but the Whistler will get the kill on the heroic Akula sub regardless. And actually, obrubshik is going to use his Akula sub to get a neutral vehicle just to deny that from the Whistler. Fully heroic terror drone, of course. Hey, the Whistler has been defeated. Obrubshik is your victor. What a match, what a game we got to witness together. A pretty sick 2v2v2 on Carville. Overall, almost 500,000 from both these guys. Man, the Whistler and obrubshik absolutely neck and neck in the end. Whistler was ahead for a moment, and then obrubshik was ahead, and then the Whistler was ahead at the end. So these guys, extremely close, all things considered. That game was an hour long, and, well, it was fun, but I'm glad that it's over. And we are going to take a quick break. What a crazy match. Thank you guys all very much for watching. I think we got a couple more games coming up, but I'm also going to take a little bit of a break. So we'll see what happens. Oh, Edvin, he's talking about that heroic APOC tank that Chris had in the FFA on the circle map, I think. Because that APOC tank, I think, was harpooning ships in the water and just pulling them in and killing them. That was pretty sick. All right, we're going to take a quick little break here. And, yeah, we'll see what's happening after this. We got at least one more game on the horizon. It looks like it's going to be, it's on Pool Party. I actually don't know if it's a 2v2 or an FFA. Let's see in just a couple minutes. Grab yourself a bev, grab yourself a snack, and then come back right here. Okay. We are back at it. We've got some stuff going on, like this game that's coming up. Ooh, featuring one of you from the chat. Who's it gonna be? Welcome to Pool Party. In the top left-hand corner, as the red allies, this is Edvin. In the south, as the orange, this is Bank. In the top right, as the yellow Soviets, this is Blind Honor. And in the bottom right-hand corner, as the Cyan Empire, this is Xads, Xads, however you want to call it. Double Allies team versus a Soviet and an Empire player. So we'll see how that works out for everyone involved. First of all, the engineer going down is pretty rough for Blind Honor. The dog's getting the kill right out of the gate for Edvin. And, well, you can't complain about that start if you're Edvin. How often do you get a kill on an engineer that easily? And, of course, the engineer really should have been heading back here towards the natural oil derrick of the top right-hand corner. Edvin a little bit delayed on his ore refinery, perhaps, but that's certainly okay in this situation. Or maybe it was the normal timing for the oil derrick. I mean, War Factory first from Blind Honor is certainly a delay to his refinery. But even more of a delay from Bank. Second refinery isn't even out yet. Sun Transport is here. Refinery should be finishing up momentarily by Bank. Dojo Core does go down. First Tengu is heading out. MCV by Edvin. Oh, there we go. MCV by Edwin moving out to the right side of the map. Edvin is asking who sent this in. I honestly don't know. It could have been... Oh, actually, no, there are two people who might have sent it in. And the best part is they're on opposite teams. So I don't know who actually sent it in. But, Edvin sends in replays, but Blind Honor also sends in replays. So this could be either one. But Edvin is like, I don't recognize this. It could have also been a long time ago. So it's possible Edvin sent this in and he just doesn't remember. Who knows? Could be sick plays all around. Double MCV on the field as he's going for the crush. One MCV crushing the other, which is pretty funny to watch. And both of the tank busters go down. Xads losing pretty much everything there. Edvin just getting, or Bank just getting kind of free kills in that case. Oh, you can actually see the beacons show up for just a moment. If you switch over to the team, you should be able to see... I thought you saw beacons when you switched over to the team view, but they just show up for a moment there. And the MCV gets a crush. Xads not doing a great job with his unit control. He losing literally everything that he was attacking with to that MCV. Everything went down, and he has no recourse. Blind Honor and Xads, they're going to have to try and figure out something a little bit better to knock down our allied team on the left side. Splitting off a couple of Tengus. This is going to be for a mass harass attack. Could be. Always a good idea to at least try the Tengu harass. Not always a good idea to commit a ton of Tengus to the harass. Although some players do indeed live and die by the Tengu harass. They send Tengus out left, right, and center, and it's basically non-stop harassment. Single Tengus in different locations. Even just set to, like, aggressive stance, just so that they attack buildings whenever they go down. But, yeah, going for harvesters, splitting one off, and then, you know, trying to go for the honorable discharge kill. Which, in this case, he doesn't even need to go for the honorable discharge kill. He could kill all three of these Peacekeepers. He's going to go for the Javelin Trooper. The better choice there is Xads gets a Javelin Trooper and a Peacekeeper, as well as the Harvester. And that Tengu did indeed pay for itself quite nicely. Bank now going to be taking a lot of damage on his MCV from these two strikers. Strikers need to pull around to the right side of the MCV so that they've got a little bit more coverage, although as I say that, a multi-gunner turret goes down by XaDsVin, and now those striker VXs are going to have to hightail it out of there. Unfortunately, one of them did go down, did get eliminated. Triple Tengu harass. This is a great combo by Xads, following up his earlier harass with the second harvester kill and the pressure on the MCV. Just a great 1-2-3 punch by Xads. A little bit of fumbling by Xads earlier in this game, but he's making up for it now with his better decision making and now his harassing in different locations. I don't know that he'll necessarily be like microing all of these units to his heart's content, but hey, he's shutting down like 4 refineries by himself. This is buying Blind Honor probably a lot of time as well, as XaDsVin is positioned quite aggressively to potentially push into Blind Honor's base. But Blind Honor, you know, getting a little bit of a respite from this attack, or from this potential attack, as both of the refineries get shut down. The Tengu does manage to escape. The Guardian tank's not able to shoot up. We'll have to let that Tengu escape. And now Xads, don't do it. No, just run. Just run. You're not going to take on all of those Javelin Troopers. Although, if the Tengus were able to transform on top of the Javelin Troopers, that would probably do it. Oh, the multi-gunner turret survives! There is a bit of RNG with where those satellites actually land, and in this case, they landed not close enough to kill the multi-gunner turret. Ordinarily, they would kill that multi-gunner turret, but in this case, they did not. Bank is getting absolutely blasted from both sides. Tengu harass, followed up by the MCV taking a bunch of damage, and now XaDsVin doesn't have enough multi-gunner turrets in the world to stop these tsunami tanks. Also, the fact that there's no build radius here is really the killer of that multi-gunner attack potential. All right, so it is going to be up to XaDsVin to try and 2v1 this. Bank is going to try. Nice body block by Blind Honor, and the triple crush by that harvester. One refinery gets handed over to XaDsVin, but this game might be pretty well sealed up, signed, and delivered. XaDsVin and Bank might just be going down. Or this XaDsVin sent in this replay because he's about to pull off an amazing 2v1, and or 1v2 rather, and just absolutely crush it. But we'll see. I mean, he's well enough set up. It would be nice if he had this refinery here, so he rounded out like a nice 5 or 6 refineries, and if he had already gotten his tier 3, that would certainly help as well. But being a tier 2 allied player, it's going to be tough to fight off all of these potential forces, you know, keep things safe from Tengus back home, and put some pressure on Blind Honor. But, again, literally, either one of these teams could have sent in this replay. I don't remember, so this might be the XaDsVin comeback king kind of situation. Harvester harass coming in once again. Xads getting his feet back under him, putting out some real power in this game. Bunch of conscripts go down, but the Guardian tanks are going to have a tough time breaking the hammers without some serious trading. Javelin Troopers getting eliminated by the sickles, and the Cryocopter can only do so much. Although this force may end up getting cleaned up by the Cryocopter if they're able to draw out this engagement a little bit longer. It would be even better. The MiGs show up, and the Chopper VXs as well, just to clean up that last Guardian tank, and it's a wash. Both sides almost entirely losing their army. But XaDsVin has a little bit less, I think, to fall back on when he loses his army than Xads and Blind Honor. XaDsVin trying to expand. He's got a potential 5th refinery coming up, or 6th refinery, rather. No, it is 5th. I can count one way or the other. Although, how many of his harvesters are actually working? It looks like the answer is 1, 2 at this moment. But maybe soon to be just 1 if these tsunami tanks have anything to do about it. XaDsVin pushing forward once again, admirably fighting both Blind Honor and Xads, but this is a sad sight to see an APOC tank and strikers both going toe-to-toe with these Guardian tanks, and of course the Guardian tanks unable to really do much about it. Big transform, and there's the Cryocopters going to be trying to seal the deal as the MiGs show up for Blind Honor to try and clear the skies. And, well, the Cryocopters do mostly survive, and the tank busters, or the Tengus, No, the tsunami tanks rather get eliminated, so that attack is held off, is fended away by Edvin. He still doesn't have a whole lot of income. He still doesn't have a whole lot of cash to his name. He's got one refinery and maybe a second refinery soon, but the other two refineries that he's got are offline for all intents and purposes. It's just not looking too great for Edvin. This is probably one of those replays, unless something really amazing happens in the rest of this game. This is a replay that I would have tossed aside at probably around this point. I'd be, you know, hitting the escape button and leaving this game. But since we're live streaming, replay casting, we're going to stick it out until the end. Let's hope Edvin has some kind of miracle comeback, but he is just getting absolutely thrashed. Bank really fell apart after the first minute or so. He got that MCV kill, those MCV kills, but after that, Bank has just not been the one to bank on, if you will. Edvin has a couple of these cryocopters on the front line, and honestly, it would almost be worth it suiciding those MiGs to guarantee the kill on the cryocopter. It's not necessary, but it would probably be worth it to remove that tool from the Allied belt. There are things that are not necessarily efficient, but are sometimes worth it. Ooh, in this case, it would definitely be worth it because he gave away 2 of the MiGs for nothing. Oh, blind honor. No, he did get the cryocopter. Never mind. That's fine. Gets the kill on the cryocopter, and I don't even think there's an airfield around to rebuild that. What are we even doing? Edvin is still fighting this. He is not GGing. He is not tapping out, and now I'm really curious because what if this is an insane Edvin comeback? Can he do it? Can he get the dodge? Oh, the pathing is bad. Blind honor doesn't waypoint. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? The Javelin Trooper gets the kill and he's gonna jump in the building and then he's gonna blast the Harvester anyways. That's so funny. The APOC tank is killing the MCV, but it's still so funny. Good on Edvin getting the kill there, man. And APOC tanks, they're finally being utilized in all their glory, just magnetic harpooning and then grinding everything to dust. Their main gun's not even firing at all. They're just purely a secondary ability kind of unit. Oh, that APOC tank was so low on health that the oil derrick exploding killed it. Edvin dropping beacons. He did get the kill on the Harvester, I think. I think that's a fresh Harvester collecting that ore. Well, Edvin certainly put up a good fight. I think Blind Honor and Xads are... surely, Blind Honor and Xads will be able to clean this one up, right? Right, guys? Right? Well, I assume at this point, again, it would be nice to have chat replay in something like this because Blind Honor, Edvin, I don't know, Bank and Xads, but Blind Honor and Edvin, like, they play games together at least sometimes. I've seen them in matches other times. I think they're friendly, and I think they're probably typing to each other in this moment. They're probably chatting back and forth about whatever happened in the game. Edvin might be complaining about his teammate. They might be razzing each other, you know. Anyways, I guess fairly straightforward. It's all of these games have been so crazy that to get that one, it's like, I guess either Blind Honor or Xads sent in that replay because it wasn't very good, but they won. And, like, if you're Blind Honor, I guess because you got APOC tanks, maybe that's why you sent it in there. Xads, maybe because the game feels amazing to have won, considering how Xads started that match out. I don't know. That was not a particularly good game, but let's just jump into the next one. We are on a different sort of map. Some of you may not even recognize this map. I had to look up the name of it because I haven't seen this map in so long. Anyways, in the north of Canals of Carnage, we have, as the Cyan Soviets, Legend. His name is actually LengendTR, but I'm going to assume the TR isn't meant to be pronounced. And in the south, it's Can, as the Orange Allies. What game is this? Oh, good. I'm losing track of how many games we've done. All right, we've got a... Huh? This is the point. If I was doing this in a regular game cast, the fact that he opened Crane is like, this is either going to be a terrible replay or something. Like, no one has a barracks. We're however far into this game, and no one has a barracks. There's no scouts. There's no oil derrick captures. There's nothing going on. Wait, where? Okay, there are the oil derricks. They're in the middle of the map. Oh, this is kind of a... This is very close to being a coin flip oil derrick. Because if you go for this one, and you go across the water, you're, of course, you can't support your engineer with anything except a dog or a bear. So you've got that going against you, potentially. Uh-oh. We don't do that here. That's not how we... If this was Eminence, I would say this might be his famous wall swag tactic. But these walls really provide no strategic advantage, and there isn't like a combo that's working off of this. Okay. Sputnik right out of the gate. I don't think I've ever seen a game where someone builds a war factory and then goes Sputnik right out of it. So Legend and Can, I think it's safe to say, these are guys who don't play particularly high competitively. So this is a friendly match between a couple of, I assume, buddies. We are going to do a little bit of fast forwarding so that we can get to the past the no rush portion of the game. And if this is how you want to play the game, good for you. I don't have a terrible interest in watching the entirety of this. But I definitely have played games very much like this. So I definitely get it. I definitely get the fun of doing this with your friends. Less so the fun of watching it. Hey, the oil derrick! The oil derrick got captured! The oil derrick on the left side got captured, and the one on the right is about to get captured. Now, don't pay too much attention that, like, 3 observation posts also got captured before the thing that gives you money. That just gives you money for free. He ran out of power. They haven't attacked each other, and he ran out of power. He's got 1 super reactor and a lot of other reactors. I know most players would probably go a couple of more super reactors before this many reactors. Naval Yard. These guys are... these appear to be doing the get everything in the tech tree book. This is... They are making some really interesting decisions. So, like, for example, putting your battle lab in this corner. Well, hiding tech can be a strategy. I don't know that hiding tech is really what this fellow is going for. I don't know if this is really Legend's big plan, is to hide his tech in the corner. There isn't... a lot of times early game is, you know, I'm always talking about variations in strategy. To be honest, I'll say I'm not familiar with the builds that these guys are going. So the nuance of what might be happening is lost on me. For example, the Sputnik you can sell off, and you still have build radius here because you've got reactors and a refinery. So you can sell off the Sputnik and get more cash into your pocket. So stuff like that. I'm not super familiar with that sort of stuff. Dolphins pushing in. They do get the kill on that refinery, and then they turn around. There are twin blades here, but Apollos could pretty easily deal with all of these twin blades. Hydrofoils could pretty easily deal with these twin blades. There is something. The Apollos are a little late. I mean, we see the pros make this mistake as well. There are a couple of flak cannons here. I guess hydrofoils would have been the way to go. Is Dolphins and hydrofoils, considering the flak cannons. Although hydrofoils could have... You know, 4 hydrofoils could weapons jam everything, and then the Apollos can swing in and kill off all the twin blades. So you can do that. Oil derrick gets cleaned up. A good strategic move for sure. The other oil derrick is unadulterated at this point. Mirage tanks moving forward, but they're gonna get caught. They're gonna get caught by twin blades. You really, you don't need to kill the observation outpost. You also don't need to lose 3 Vindicators? 3 Vindicators to kill an observation outpost. Ooh, Dolphins coming back in. One of these Dolphins going fully heroic. And this is okay. This is one of those moves. That's actually an okay strategic move. If you're going for a guaranteed kill on something, rather than, oh, that almost worked out. That would have been so sick. If he killed the refinery. I mean, or if he killed the reactor. He already had the refinery down, so it doesn't matter. But if he killed the reactor, denying the build radius, that actually would have been a pretty good move. That's not quite what happened. Akula subs are out. Ultra torpedoes fire off. A lot of long replays today. Those twin blades get absolutely eviscerated. They might mine out the entire map. I mean, not very often do we see players mine out the entire map, but they might do it. Oh, that Vindicator's alive. Took a little bit of damage flying next to those flak cannons. Dolphins kill the power plants. Very nice. Going for the infrastructure. Now, unfortunately for you, you don't have, like, Mirage tanks here to clear out this section here. There's a lot of base defenses and air units, not a lot of ground units. Athena cannons would be very good. Athena cannons and some IFVs would be very good. I've seen Vindies misplace a refinery also, so I get it. That's a pretty sick screenshot. Wow! Observation posts are tough. I've never seen a cap, like a heel. Those ultra torpedoes, man. They got the range. I've never seen a heel of an observation post with an engineer before. I've hardly even seen someone use the repair tool on it. The jump! This is what they imagined! This is what the designers imagined. It's like, you got defenses on the front line, I'm going to jump over them. And the micro counterplay with stingrays. But these are the two things. A little bit of a bombing run. Ultra torpedoes fire off again, I'm guessing. Aircraft carrier. Ultra torpedoes fire off again. Aircraft carrier down to a little above half health. Ooh, and the Dreadnought is going to take some damage. Unfortunately, the Dreadnought kind of getting caught up on... Ooh, the Naval Yard will actually survive for the current moment. Akula subs are going to target down the aircraft carrier. Oh my gosh! Did he chrono swap? That's sick. He just backed up that Akula sub, or that aircraft carrier from those Akula subs. You have to give him credit for that. That was a clutch save of that aircraft carrier. He had that support power ready and waiting, just locked and loaded. Ultra torpedoes fire off. The hydrofoil graciously accepting the ultra torpedoes so that the aircraft carrier doesn't go down. Oh, the Akula subs barely get the kill on that aircraft carrier. Now they're going to hunt down the last guy. The aircraft carrier is trying to run, trying to hide. Was that the fortified fleet upgrade? Did it just add satellites and stuff to the side of the aircraft carrier, or was that a different visual glitch? I would have swore that we just saw... Oh, that aircraft carrier gets a double vet. That's nice. Gets the kill on the Akula sub. The Dreadnought is still here, but he's in low power mode, so this is an opportunity for Can to do something to prove that he can, if you will. Dreadnoughts are going to start clearing away those multi-gunner turrets and the Prism Towers. Spectrum Towers. Prism Towers, are you kidding me? What is this, Red Alert 2? That's nuts. This is the real fight we all wanted to see. Oh, this would be so sick. If that killed that aircraft carrier, that would have been so sick. The Dreadnought's final missile fires off across the ocean and just impacts that aircraft carrier. Twin Blades showing up! Oh, the aircraft carrier takes so much damage, and the Twin Blades are actually going to get the kill on both aircraft carriers, potentially. No! The Apollos shred them! Oh, those Apollos cutting through those Twin Blades, and one aircraft carrier, a single vet, is going to start chipping away at this base. Kills the naval yard. Good play. See, stuff like that. You know, he knows kill the naval yard first, so that the guy can't build anything else. Get the refinery as well, that's fine. I mean, you could also start working on the base defenses. But yeah, kill the refinery, kill the naval yard. Good call there. He cleans up that entire section of the map. This guy got almost 30 grand out of that, so that's pretty good. And, of course, if you're the Soviet player, you probably want to sell all of that stuff off so that the aircraft carrier doesn't gain additional veterancy from essentially free kills. So selling stuff off to deny veterancy is something you have to think about sort of on a strategic level. As it turns out, an aircraft carrier can do about half damage, fully heroic, half damage to an ore refinery. A lot of MiGs, not a lot of, like, an APOC tank could magnetic harpoon this aircraft carrier and kill it. So Canals of Carnage is definitely providing some kind of carnage. What in the world was that? We just saw, like, a ton of stuff explode here. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, drones were going for it, but the drones were dying. He just clicked the aircraft carrier on, like, the MCV, and the MiGs and the flak cannons just killed all of the drones. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. They're going for the barracks. This is indeed Command and Conquer Sim City. Oh, whoa, look at this huge... Oh my gosh! It's worth it! It's worth it! The double airfield on the left side! Uh-oh, did I just wake up Baby Bert? I may have just woken up Baby Bert. Oh, guys. Dude, if you stuck this out... Oh, you don't know. All those people who tuned out because it was a boring game. They don't know. Tell them, get them all back. What did he just... Oh, he chrono swapped a Mirage tank in! How did he do that? How did he chrono swap a Mirage tank into the... Like, did he chrono swap with the drone? Can you chrono swap a drone? Is that what he did? Oh my gosh, get there. Faster, go! Can you imagine if he burned up all of his Kirovs, activating their speed boost, whatever that's called? Gastro burners? Yeah, he burned out his entire air armada. Oh my gosh, can he do it? He's got so much stuff to kill, it's like the slowest motion. Oh my gosh, this one conscript with a Molotov cocktail tried to burn down that Mirage tank. This is like the slowest motion base race, and he sees him! He sees him! The Kirov army has been spotted. The Apollos might literally run out of ammo. And this is where you got to start splitting up your Kirovs to find the airfield to deny them from the refuel. The MiGs are going to show up, and they're going to clean out the Apollos. The splash damage is insane. The MiGs clean up every single Apollo as the Apollos try and run to the other side. There's one Apollo left, but it doesn't have anywhere near enough ammo to kill off this many Kirovs. He's done it. Legend. Will he be the legend we want him to be? He's got so much stuff, and the aircraft carrier can't reach this stuff in the corner, so he's safe. As long as Can doesn't build anything else, Legend can win this game. The heroic aircraft carrier can EMP the buildings in the corner, but he probably doesn't know that trick. I don't even remember that trick. Someone told me a long time ago, but I don't do the EMP thing, so I don't know. Oh my gosh, the Sentry Bombers! The Sentry Bombers! The Apollos are back! Where are the MiGs? The MiGs show up! This is so many Apollos! This is so many MiGs! He can't decide what he wants to shoot! He wants to kill the Kirovs, but he wants to save the MiGs! Or he wants to save the Apollos! And he can't decide what's better! Oh my gosh. These Kirovs. They're all gunning for the aircraft. They're going for the airfields. just, like, set them on aggressive stance and then just move command over the base. The MCV goes down. The power plants, they're all waiting. 2 Apollos show up. Not enough ammo in the world for 2 Apollos to kill this many Kirovs. The Kirov's dead bodies would rain down upon the buildings and bring fire, bring darkness. The MiGs are literally returning because they've killed so many Apollos that they don't have any more ammo. They're flying back home. This is so many power plants that's going to go down. This aircraft carrier, it's just going to slowly kill, like, everything over here on the right side of the map, but he literally is killing these flak cannons, like, one by one. There's a little bit of a fire sale. The power plants are selling off. Look at that. He's denying the veterancy from some of these Kirovs. 2 Kirovs are fully heroic. One of them is almost dead and fully heroic, but fully heroic Kirovs. Come on, guys. How often do you see fully heroic Kirovs? There's someone who's turning in right now, and they're seeing just, like, this huge spread of stuff. And they're like, oh, my gosh, this must have been an amazing game. And it's like, no, the first part of it was they just built stuff for a while. And now it's amazing because they have Kirovs and one... Oh, he built a second aircraft carrier! He built a second aircraft carrier! Are you kidding? He knows how to do that. He's got 2 seaports at low power base defenses, but he's got 2 aircraft carriers. He's expanding as well. I mean, no, really. Like, he's going back out to expand, and that's a good thing to do. He legitimately... He has bigger fish to fry, but he should legitimately be, you know, keeping up on his expansions. Good on him. All right, the Kirovs just have to head into the corner, clear up all of this stuff, and then clear up these buildings. He built another MCV, or his MCV escaped. Either one, it could be the original MCV. No, the original MCV went down. This is the second MCV. I'm almost certain of it. I'm very positive. This is just the slowest flight. When Greg Black was deciding how fast Kirovs could go, he did not foresee this situation. They need to be faster, Greg. They need to be faster. All right, there's no more airfields. There might be one out on the water, because he does have an MCV, but... All right, you can split off 1 Kirov to kill the rest of these power plants, and then turn everything else north, put like 1 or 2 of them in the gastro burners. Is it not just called afterburners? No, it is gastro burners. It's not. It seems like afterburners would be pretty much the same. I saw these dots on the left side, and I was like, wait, is he rebuilding? Oh, the IFVs! He used the IFVs! Are they they're the IFVs from here! They've been parked here for almost the entirety of the game, but he's using them, and he ran past the base defenses! Oh, Legend! Can Legend survive? The IFVs have to just kill like 1 million buildings, but the Kirovs have to chase an MCV. He's just going to run to the other side of the map. Can is going north. He's moving north for the Canadian winter, which is the opposite of what everyone does. But he's moving north, and his MCV is just going to run away from the Kirovs. And he's got the oil derrick, so he's got infinite money. Oh, my gosh. Speaking of, how much cash have these guys got? Only $4 grand. And $8 grand. Okay. 8.5. So, and then 4. That's not bad. I've floated way more money than that in a match. So, these guys are spending, oh my gosh, Can might actually do this. The Kirovs might be literally so slow that Can is going to win. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? The aircraft carrier, the Tesla coil, it's going to be targeted next. 2 heroic aircraft. No, one's only double vet. It just, we got to witness the second heroic aircraft carrier. These guys putting out so much damage. The Kirovs are absolutely decimating everything, just destroying whatever is in their path. Where's the MCV? Here it is. There's 1 Kirov, the hero Kirov! You can't escape now. That accent doesn't make any sense for a Kirov, but No, the MCV can't escape. No, you're not a real Russian. Oh, man. What magic this match has produced. I've never seen such an armada of Kirovs in a game. Like, I've seen them in, you know, Infinite Money Map or whatever, or like team games where you're doing this sort of thing, but imagine if he built Twin Blades. Twin Blades would be insane. Oh, these IFVs aren't doing anything. Oh, they can't get there. I didn't actually realize that was cut off. Yeah, you have to go over to the left. So I think he's just using support powers to knock this down. Because he's got his MCV! This is like Star Wars Episode 8 all over again. Except this is going to be shorter, and it will make a little more sense. But it's the same thing. Wow. Okay, he can actually do this. He could, in theory, like, spread out his Kirovs and then just slowly hem in on the MCV. And then he's just racing the clock against Will Can be able to destroy all of this stuff on the left side using his support powers? Or will Legend be able to chase down this MCV? I lost the MCV. Oh, okay, there it is. He's using the afterburners! If only they had those in Star Wars. Oh, he's going to try and get it. He's going to cut the corner. Is he going to try and go out to the water? If he goes out to the water... Oh, he's going up to the land. He's going to base push him. Do it! No, don't go out to the water. Oh, wait. He has to go out to the water to get over to the left side. Okay. Well... These are not the smiling faces that you want to see when you unpack your MCV. These are 7 Kirovs that are descending on this one poor MCV. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? They all miss. Are you kidding me? He got him. That was the ultimate bait. He's like, yeah, come bring all your Kirovs over here. I would love if he had like 20 Apollos and he just shredded all of the Kirovs. That would be pretty sick. Oh, the Kirov got it! The Kirovs got it! They sunk the aircraft carriers! Legend is a legend! Oh, can you guys believe that? His 2 IFVs, his 2 IFVs! Oh my gosh, he's got the Supreme Time Bomb. He's going for the kills. Oh my gosh, KonG came so close. You can drive through the bombs. Drive through the bombs. Go, you can make it. I love the shadows of the Kirovs converging on the MCV. I can't believe this is still going on. This is absurd. Oh my gosh, he's gonna do it. He just has to run away from conscripts. This one Peacekeeper could kill all those conscripts from conscripts. Oh my gosh, he's gonna go for it. This one Kirov is going for the one fully heroic IFV. It's a single vet Kirov versus a... No! Dodge the bombs, dodge the bombs. You magnificent hero of an IFV. You amazing fellow. He's bombing his own buildings. Are you kidding me? Legend is killing himself. The Legend is stabbing himself in the neck. The IFV drives right under the Kirov. Have you ever driven under a Kirov and lived to tell the tale? Are you kidding? The MCV is still running. The MCV is on the lam. And these power plants might be the last things under the control of Legend. He has lost everything else. He's got base defenses. He's got... Oh my gosh, he's got observation outposts. He's gonna... Oh, he's joking! He's joking! He's cutting the corner! The Kirovs are burning themselves down! They can't corner for anything! No! Are you kidding? The Kirovs are killing themselves trying to catch the MCV, and he's driving circles. He's doing donuts in an MCV, and that's how he's going to win the game. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Can did it. Oh my gosh, Can did it. What a legend Can is. Oh my gosh. That game was 43 minutes long. And it really came down to like the last 10. Oh, that was a crazy game. All right. I would not have given that game a chance if this was a regular day. But because it is subscriber replay casting day, we got to see that game on Corrals of Carnage. All right. We've had some doozies today, and we've had some other games. I'm going to eat another taco. What a magnificent match that was. Somewhat advent in chat. Best game so far, definitely. Mezosi Cornell says, I only came to say hello, goodbye. Everybody have a nice day. You also have a nice day. I hope you have a good one. You can always catch the VOD. It'll be here on YouTube. I'm feeling pretty good. I think we'll do a couple more games. We're getting close to the end. I think our last one is a 3v3, but we got a couple of 1v1s right here in the middle. And, hey, I don't mind using that old fast forward button if I need to, so we made it. The only thing legend here is my MCV. That was absolutely crazy. And he realized, it looked like he realized that he could turn the corners and defeat the Kirovs purely by, like, pathing, because the Kirovs don't corner well. And so then he was, like, doing donuts around Kirovs with an MCV. Which I imagine is what Greg Black had in mind when he set out to design Red Alert 3. Is he was like, I hope someone drives donuts around an MCV, or around Kirovs with an MCV. Spawning into Snowplow in the north as the Red Allies, this is Prawsha. And in the south, as the Orange Allies, this is MechaWaifu. Yep, that is the game we have got for you right now, is MechaWaifu versus Prawsha. So this is going to be quite the match. Now, it does look like engineers are out already to potentially grab oil derricks, which is a fantastic thing to see. Oil derricks, a useful and important focal point in a map and in a game. So it's nice to see players giving them some attention. A little bit less attention in that last game. Can did get both of them, and he got the game, so I guess that's what matters. Engineer heading out to the left side. The dog gets the kill on the engineer. That's pretty great. MechaWaifu. He's got himself a couple of oil derricks, or a couple of ore refineries up and running. He's got himself a naval yard as well. Prawsha, on the other hand, he's got, well, almost the exact same thing. He kept his barracks around, still pumping out javelin troopers, and his naval yard is a little bit late, but he's got that nice MCV position up close and ready to turret push the middle of the map because, hey, it is snowplow, so if you can sneak off a turret push through the middle of the map, you might as well do it because it's pretty strong. Lots of javelin troopers coming out here from Prawsha. A couple of riptides from MechaWaifu. Got the airfield as well. It is a riptide javelin play by MechaWaifu. Now, most of the time, you want to make sure that you have the element of surprise with something like this. You don't want your opponent to see it coming from far away. So we'll see what kind of defense Prawsha has, if he is ready for this, or if it does a lot of damage. And hey, up here on the high ground, you can laser lock buildings on the low ground and get some damage done that way, which is always a pretty sick way to go. Tier 2 is out for Prawsha. He's got that assault destroyer running through the middle of the map and going to be potentially going for the crush on some harvesters. Prawsha never went for this oil derrick on the left side. He got the kill on the engineer of MechaWaifu, but he never went for the oil derrick himself. He instead just got the dog guarding it just to keep MechaWaifu away from it. Riptide against the Javelin Troopers. It would always be nice to try and juke around them a little bit, but he gets the refinery for the cost of a Riptide, so you're definitely glad to do that, as long as these Javelin Troopers don't then die for no reason. You really don't want to trade 5 Javelin Troopers for a refinery if you can help it. I mean, you'll still take that trade because it denies the eco, but it's not quite as much of an efficiency trade as you would like if you lose all of the Javelin Troopers. Assault Destroyer going against the Vindicators, and the Vindicators are going to be able to clean up that Assault Destroyer. Nice bomb splitting. That wasn't a bomb split. He just didn't wait until it had more than one bomb. I was going to say nice bomb splitting, but it's not quite enough. But then I realized it wasn't actually bomb splitting. He just literally only had one bomb. And it wasn't enough regardless. Whether it was split or not, it still was not enough. Vindicator and Apollo going down there. The dog is hanging out near this airfield. Double airfield on the left side by Prawsha. Apollos from MechaWaifu chase down that Vindicator, so they get the kill there. Very nicely done. In the middle of the map, Cryo Shot going to be firing off, but also MechaWaifu going to be pushing through. Cleans up the refinery. Very nicely done there. Decides not to push into the building, just kind of engaging via the traditional method and sort of losing out in that sense. Prawsha commits a cryocopter to freeze the airfield, but doesn't quite account for the for the Apollos that are defending it. Mirage tank pushes forward. Prawsha showing up with the Apollos to clear the skies. Very nicely done there, but doesn't have a lot on the ground to deal with the Guardian tanks and the Mirage tank. So they're going to be able to blast down those couple of power plants. Cryocopter's going to start freezing one of the Mirage tanks, and the Vindicator comes in for a bit of a bombing run, but the rest of the Guardian tanks for now will go unopposed. Where are your Apollos? Now they're showing up a little bit too late. Going to be able to save perhaps the majority of these Guardian tanks, but they did lose some of their friends. And, well, 4 Apollos versus 2, it's easy to make that call for MechaWaifu to escape on out of there. Not a lot on the ground to actually get the kill on the Guardian tank, so yes, they are frozen, but they can still move forward and start putting some damage out in kind of a rotating fashion as one of them unfreezes, and you can really only keep 2 of them frozen at once. Vindicator's going to be coming in. They get the kill on 2 of those Guardian tanks, and the freeze is not enough to kill the airfield, but more Apollos or IFVs would be a good choice for MechaWaifu. For now, or, hey, the Mirage tank as well. That will also work, especially since the Cryocopters are continuing to just freeze 1 Guardian tank. And, hey, always kill off those Peacekeepers, meaning that they can't break down your Guardian tanks and kill them off. Other airfield is going down. Oh, he gets the kill on the Guardian tanks, but now the Vindicators have nowhere left to hide. Now, keep in mind, Prawsha does have that little expansion over there on the right side of the map. It's going to be, you know, difficult to do anything without an MCV, but if he managed to get a naval yard out there, which he didn't. Oh, he got the Riptide play! He got the Riptide play! And he sold off the airfield. That's actually pretty sick. He got the MCV and the airfield. That is pretty sick. No, this didn't happen again, did it? Oh my, are you kidding me? Wait a second, wait a second. Can they not actually kill each other? He's got Javelin Troopers so he can kill the Cryocopters. Oh my gosh. He has no... He can't... They can't kill each other. Vindicator crashes down. Prawsha has no production facilities and no MCV. So Prawsha can't, like, literally can't... Oh, 1 Javelin Trooper from Prawsha. That's the hero. So 1... And no support powers for either player. How is this one going to end? Prawsha and MechaWaifu have beaten each other senseless just right next to each other. And they're both sort of unconscious on the floor. Oh, but you can always produce more Prospectors, which bring Peacekeepers. So... they might be forever locked in a, like, Peacekeeper war with each other. I don't know where this one's going either. This is 2 games in a row that are just like nuts. Javelin Trooper is fully heroic and blasting through these units with the help of the Cryocopter. The Athena cannons can't go on water. Yeah. You gotta freeze the Peacekeepers. You gotta keep that Javelin Trooper safe. Alright, so it's gonna be 4 Athena cannons. MechaWaifu has these Javelin Troopers in here and could have tried to use them to clean out these Cryocopters. I mean, 1 Cryocopter is extremely low on health, so that would have been something. You would have gotten the kill on that Cryocopter. He's going for the kill of the Javelin Soldier, but the Cryocopters are too fast with the freeze. The freeze is too good. And now it's just the Athena cannons, so they've got the range. Oh, he's going to try and dodge them. He's going to try and dodge them with the Javelin Soldier. Why aren't the Prospectors running the Javelin Soldier over? Oh my gosh, he's going to get the freeze on all of these guys. Oh my gosh. Use your Prospectors. He's getting the kill on the Prospectors. Oh my gosh. That game certainly did deteriorate. Okay, so Prawsha ended up winning. Barely, but ended up winning nonetheless. And MechaWaifu actually lost that one. So that will do it for that game. That turned into a really weird base race. Base trade? Base something. It turned weird. That's all I've got to say. It did not turn into the insane Kirov situation that we had last time. But, yeah. Yeah, there was a little bit of 1,000 credit Peacekeepers Like, you spend 1,000 credits. Well, no, you get some of it back when you sell off the command hub. But, you know, still, those are expensive peacekeepers to build a harvester to turn it into a command hub to sell it off. In the north of Fire Island as our Orange Empire, this is MechaWaifu. And in the south as the Cyan Allies, this is Molotovr. Or Molotovr? But Molotovr. Someone who throws Molotov cocktails, apparently. Alright, MechaWaifu is indeed back, although MechaWaifu lost that last game, so that doesn't say anything. The game had an entertaining element to it, if the play itself wasn't necessarily top-notch. Oh my gosh, Molotovr is just going crazy with the infantry. This is some like battle-based beta kind of stuff. And Molotovr is just going for the bum rush, the dog getting a bark off finally, eliminating some of those Imperial Warriors, and the slice of the Imperial Warriors is going to go on the dog and not on the Peacekeepers. And now the Mecha Bay is being established. The Peacekeepers are going to go for the barracks. The Javelin Troopers not laser locking down anything just yet. And with a careful dance, the Peacekeepers will be able to hold off these Imperial Warriors as long as the Bonsai Charge doesn't close the distance too quickly. Nicely done there. You really have to get the focus fire, the targeting down on those Imperial Warriors to make sure that they can't close the distance. MechaWaifu is going to be taking some damage, although burst drones are on the harvesters, so you've got that going for him. And MechaWaifu also has the oil derrick as well, but goodbye Mecha Bay. Please get the kill on the Imperial Warrior. No, he's going to lose both of his Javelin Troopers, but all of the Peacekeepers go down to the MCV. MechaWaifu clears his base and cleans up all of the infantry. We're doing it again, boys. It is oddball out. That's the only way for this game to go, is to just be weird. Although there's 3 Peacekeepers here. I thought I heard an engineer. I thought I heard the little doot-doot-doot-doot of the engineer. But there are 3 Peacekeepers here and they're just hanging out. Oh! The refinery goes for the kill! The refinery gets the kill. What a hero that refinery is. We got Tengus. The Vindicators are coming back in! Oh, it's sick! That was a nice kill of the refinery with those Vindicators. Repeat bombing runs by Molotovr. Lots of Tengus coming out from MechaWaifu. Living up to the mecha part of that name with his Mecha Bay, if you will. Everyone in the chat is like, I won't actually. Thanks. One Apollo versus 100 Tengus. Doot. The burst drones are still here. For some reason, the burst drones are still here. I don't know why, but they are. He has not bursted them. The Apollos. Oh, those Apollos just get destroyed. The Tengus go for the big transform, and they're going to target down the Harvester immediately. Beautiful point defense drones on those Tengus. Should go ahead and target down the power plant, the Vindicators on the deck. Target down literally anything. You have a free reign at this moment. There's not a whole lot of threat. Kill the Javelin Troopers even. He transforms into the sky where he can't actually shoot anything. And he's waiting for the Vindicators to try and escape. But of course the Vindicators have a clutch play. If they don't take off, they can't die. It's pretty clutch. There's the transform of everything. Could have transformed like 2 of them and just slowly killed off the Vindicators while the rest of them waited in the sky, or 3 of them and done the exact same thing. But at any rate, the airfield is now under assault. MechaWaifu is going to be able to take this down unless something magical happens. Why did it stop? The Javelin Trooper should just kill the burst drone. Is he not sent to like the default stance? That burst drone is magic. I want to know what allows that burst drone to survive the Javelin Trooper. Is this some weird glitch in the game where the burst drone is like in an in-between place? And so... Oh, that was it? I had more burst drone stuff to talk about. I had more burst drone that I wanted to discuss. I wasn't done with that burst drone. We're going to load up that replay and do an analysis of it. All right, boys and girls, you have stuck with me through some pretty crazy games. We have to do it. We are obligated. This is, I've been told, a legit epic game. We'll see what it actually is. But this is a 3v3, so that means we are going to be kicking it over to Magmageddon. This is your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, I guess to watch this. I was going to say to grab something, but you really shouldn't be grabbing, you know, bevs at this point. Although if you're watching the VOD, then you definitely can pause it. Grab yourself a bev, grab yourself a snack, and settle in for this 3v3 on Magmageddon. On the left side, in the north, as the purple allies, this is QWERTY, or Core 12, but I'm going to call him QWERTY. As the orange empire, this is YuNo. And in the south, as the cyan allies, this is Berat. Making up team number 2 on the right side as the yellow empire, this is Spokess. As the green Soviets, this is killabear. And as the red empire, this is GoDoFWaR. GoDoFWaR making an appearance once again. A player from an age gone by, but he is indeed back. And I think he's gone again. By the time that I'm actually recording this, I think GoDoFWaR has left us once again. Spokess, Berat, YuNo, GoDoFWaR. Familiar faces to people who have seen some games on this channel, some 2v2v2s or some team games. Not necessarily big 1v1 players, although we have seen Berat definitely play some 1v1s. YuNo as well, definitely played some 1v1s, but much more we see them in the team game space. Just that happens to be where I see the replays of them. GoDoFWaR, once upon a time, quite a good 1v1er, but also a very good team player. And the other guys, QWERTY, killabear, Spokess we've definitely seen before, I think in 2v2v2s. But QWERTY and killabear, I feel like I've seen QWERTY before, but I don't know. Other people call themselves QWERTY, so maybe it's the same person, maybe it's not. We've got quite a cast of characters here. GoDoFWaR trying some dojo behind enemy lines type stuff. Also going for some potential crushes of units coming out of YuNo's instant dojo. But the engineer did manage to jump inside of that oil derrick. So YuNo managing to get 2 oil derricks. A little bit cheeky there with the cap of 2 oil derricks. A little bit saucy sassy there. Ooh, Berat with the 5. No, never mind. I thought he was actually going to be able to laser lock something, but the Tengus and the MCV were too big of a threat, and he was like, nah, I'm not going to do it. YuNo is sending 1 Imperial Warrior because, hey, you got him on that side of the map. You might as well try something with it. Nice grab of that Tengu, but of course now everything is in the sky, which leaves a bit of an opportunity for Berat to try and do something here. The MCV gets the crush on both! Both MCV, both Riptides go down! Are you kidding me? And he gets the kill on a number of Javelin Troopers as well. GoDoFWaR with the heroic MCV control. Look at this guy clearing everything out. He is a man on a mission, and that mission is to not die. That's a pretty good mission. I mean, I do say so myself. I've got much of the same mission. My other mission is also to not accidentally kill my kid, and for now, my wife and I have done a pretty darn good job of that, considering that he's alive and healthy. So, yeah. I don't want to brag, but I've managed to not kill an infant so far. We hope to keep it that way. Bullfrog gets eliminated. Double transform as YuNo transforms to kill the Bullfrog and Spokess transforms to kill YuNo. But then YuNo gets on out of there. Apollo's showing up. Vindicator showing up from QWERTY and forcing the transform once again. The Sickle joining in from killabear to try and get in on the action. GoDoFWaR showing up with a couple of more Tengus, but it's just not enough. YuNo has way too many forces. There's the transform to chase them down and to destroy them. Trying to avoid that honorable discharge as they're chasing each other down with extremely low health. killabear once again trying to get in on the action with that Sickle, trying to make something happen. Berat chasing these units back up to the north. Spokess goes for the giant transform on top of the Apollos. One Tengu goes down immediately, but Qwerty shows up with 2 more Apollos, and this is a bit of a mixed bag. Qwerty needs to be careful that he doesn't get overwhelmed by the Tengus and just loses Apollos for no reason. Spokes manages to clean up 1 Apollo on the retreat, but the rest of them mostly escape with their lives. YuNo skating back up to the north. And GoDoFWaR, is this that original dojo from like 5 minutes ago that he built next to this guy's base? Spoke's going to be dropping his own walls to try and preserve some kind of something. He's trying to, you know, like mess with the other guy's wall placement a little bit here, but then also provide a little bit of protection, and this is absolutely crazy. There goes the build radius, but the engineer's here. Don't kill the oil, dude. Go by, gets the refinery. GoDoFWaR gets this refinery and then just sells it off for like $8. He lost money on that exchange. He could have just saved the engineer and done nothing with it, and it would have been the same. But he got a little bit of cash back. And the engineer gets the cap of that building. I guess that would be like a double vet engineer, you know, if the engineer could get veterancy for capturing a building, which then, of course, uses up the engineer, so can't really get the veterancy, but, you know, capturing a building like 4 times its worth, and then that would give the engineer heroic status, something like that. Oh, that'd be crazy if you captured an expensive enough building for the engineer. It gives it heroic status, and the engineer survives. Which is sort of what happens with it when you cap an MCV. You could call it that, but of course, we know that's not really what's happening. killabear showing up with a big Soviet force, and by big, I mean like 8 units, which actually in a 1v1 would be pretty sizable, but in this team game is not so sizable. Spokes is going to be able to clean up Berat's multi-gunner turret in the north. Berat starting to get pushed around in the north, but of course, he's a southern player in his heart. He's expanding out onto the water. He's got his MCV and his naval yard there, also taking the land war refinery and going to be pressuring GoDoFWaR with this assault destroyer. You got to respect that. Gets the cryo shot off, cleans up the defender core, and he's going to be going for the crush of the harvester and the tsunami tank. Going to be actually trading blows pretty evenly with the tsunami tank and going to be forcing a mixed response from killabear and GoDoFWaR. They're both trying to join together to defeat Berat inside of GoDoFWaR's base. So you got to give respect to Berat for causing so much of a reaction from his opponents. MCV going for the transform, going for the pack up to try and crush those Tengus, but it's not even necessary because of so many Javelin Troopers. But the Javelin Troopers going down to the honorable discharge as the Tank Busters show up at the last second and force away that Striker VX, or the Striker VX gets forced away by the multi-gunner turret. The Tank Busters turn north to try and break down this power plant as another Striker VX actually takes down that oil derrick. YuNo showing up with a huge cloud of Tengus, going to be able to clear the sky and then transform and clear the ground. Not even necessary as Qwerty decides to clear the ground himself with those Javelin Troopers with that Riptide. Berat forming another infantry army to push forward and defend YuNo on the ground, but killabear has turned south. The Bullfrogs, the Hammer Tanks, joining together to clean up some of Berat's forces in the south, but Berat is so far spread out, I don't know how effective killing a couple of power plants in his old main base will even be, especially if you don't get the refineries, especially if you don't get the other critical infrastructure, which I guess would be the airfield in this case, because the rest of the stuff is out here on the water, as he's got Apollos returning home. He's got a Vindicator as well, but he doesn't have enough to stop killabear from killing his refineries. Of course, Hammer Tanks don't swim, so the refineries aren't the end of the world. He's got 2 refineries on the sort of separated from those Hammer Tanks, so he's safe in that sense. Tengus from YuNo clean up one of killabear's, well, his harvester, but the refinery is fine. The MCV is definitely under threat as those Javelin Troopers all laser lock it at once and burn it down so quickly. Goodbye, MCV. Killabear definitely feeling the heat now as he is wondering if he will be the bear that is actually killed in this scenario. YuNo now going to be turning his guns potentially on to that MCV. No, he transforms away and he escapes. killabear retreating from Berat's base, giving Berat a little bit more breathing room, but at the same time, GoDoFWaR now going to be coming in to push Berat out of his face, and he's like, hey, that's supposed to be my natural expansion, not your natural expansion. Berat out on the water with a multi-gunner turret, and now a new airfield, considering his old one got broken down and completely destroyed. Berat trying to scrape together some kind of a semblance of a game as he's getting pushed around, but also doing what he can to strike back Spokess finally getting in on the action with a big group of tsunami tanks in the north. Is he going to go for the crush on some of these javelin troopers? Yes, he is. He's going to try, but he only gets one peacekeeper for his trouble. For all three of those tsunami tanks pushing forward to try and crush those javelin troopers, and they just don't do it. The honorable discharge doing more to kill the javelin troopers than the tsunami tanks crushing them. And in actuality, the Riptides are no match for the guns of the tsunami tanks. Back down in the south, GoDoFWaR trading blows with killabear. Even YuNo getting in on the action, although he's kind of surrounding the forces of GoDoFWaR. killabear is not quite able to help out the last tsunami tanks of GoDoFWaR as they get eliminated. Berat even showing up to help out YuNo with this assault destroyer. That black hole armor absorbing so much of the damage that was intended for those tsunami tanks. I say that, and the tsunami tanks drive away from that assault destroyer, leaving the black hole armor as Spokess continues to put more pressure on QWERTY in the north, forcing QWERTY out of his main base. And QWERTY may actually have those two refineries in the middle of the map, so he may be able to survive just with that eco that is there. YuNo lets Berat's assault destroyer die, but he shows up to avenge it. He's not the Prevenger, he is the Avenger. As YuNo now cleaning out the hammer tanks. Way too many tsunami tanks to clean up for these hammer tanks to contend with. This game has been fairly action-packed. A good one to end on, considering we had a little bit of a downer there, but some great games today that people have emailed in. Overall, some just fantastic matches. This is so many Tengus, even some tank busters mixed in just to add a little punch to the spice of the Tengus. Spokess once again going to try. He lost those tsunami tanks earlier, it looks like, but he's now going to be putting even more pressure on QWERTY. He's starting to close his fingers around the throat of QWERTY. YuNo going to be contending with killabear. killabear with a couple of double gun hammer tanks is going to stand as strong as he can, but it's overwhelming firepower. Fortunately for killabear, he's actually getting more value from these hammer tanks than he should have, because these tsunami tanks keep shooting buildings instead of shooting the hammer tanks. So these hammer tanks did so much better. They traded so much better than they ordinarily would have. QWERTY is getting desperate. He's getting pushed around. He's getting beaten down by Tengus and by tank busters alike, and he is nearly out of this game without much in the way of economy, without much in the way of production. I think this airfield is pretty much it for him. Somehow a Tengu from Spokess making its way all the way into the base of YuNo to try and make something happen. Berat, with this GoDoFWaR engagement, cleans up many of GoDoFWaR's forces, and Berat and YuNo cleaning up GoDoFWaR's forces together. killabear manages to get an infect on YuNo. For a second I was confused because Spokess and YuNo are on opposite teams, but they're yellow and orange, and I almost said the wrong name there. Berat now turning his attention south. He has been pushed around by GoDoFWaR, or GoDoFWaR has attempted to push Berat around, but in actuality, Berat is ready to slap down GoDoFWaR once and for all. One tsunami tank is probably not going to be enough to curb the tide. Spokess, can he save his teammates? GoDoFWaR has been turning north, and now killabear's stuff gets handed over to GoDoFWaR, whose MCV is out there on the water trying to escape the assault destroyers, the Riptides, and more importantly, the Guardian tanks, which can actually swim. Spokess turns south. He's going to be able to break down the forces of YuNo. QWERTY coming in for a bit of a bombing run, keeping around at least one Vindicator and refueling on Berat's airfield, it looks like, or he actually has an airfield of his own. The split of the tank busters forcing the Tengus to engage, and YuNo is just going to run forward. Emperor's Rage get activated. A couple of the tank busters get caught by the cryo blast, and there's the transform of the Tengus. They're going to try and close the distance, but the tsunami tanks are going in for the body block. They're body blocking for the tank busters, and that actually worked out in the favor of Spokess. I can't believe it. Those Tengus didn't just suicide themselves and get the kill on every single tank buster, which is more what I was expecting to happen. Man, much like this, as the bark gets off, the tank busters go down. The tsunami tank reinforcements might barely be enough, but another cryoblast fires off. Berat trying to weigh in on this battle with his Vindicator, but also potentially his cryoblast as his dogs try and shut down those tank busters, and a beautiful defense by all three players, shutting down the parade push of Spokess. Spokess has run out of gas. killabear is out of this game. It's GoDoFWaR and Spokess against QWERTY, YuNo, and Berat. Berat definitely feeling like the powerhouse. He got pushed off of the land early on, but that ended up being fine. He was able to reestablish himself on the land and keep his stuff out on the water, and he has been kicking some serious butt out on the, everywhere actually. On land, on sea, he's just been doing a lot of damage. Imperial warriors going for that Guardian tank, and they actually will get the kill on him. Berat loses the Guardian tank, and the Imperial warriors manage to get a kill there for themselves very nicely. YuNo descending upon GoDoFWaR. Everyone trying to descend upon GoDoFWaR as he is the next target on their list. Spokess doing what he can to mount a defense. GoDoFWaR and Spokess going to try and come together to break through this assault. This is a lot of stuff to stop, though. These assault destroyers, cryocopters, javelin troopers. It's a lot of stuff to go for. Yari Minisub gets eliminated. GoDoFWaR has a refinery way up in the north there, which has been harvesting away, unaffected by almost anything. GoDoFWaR streaming units into perhaps just a maw of death as they get ground up and destroyed. Javelin troopers versus tank busters. Not exactly a rock, paper, scissors situation that you would hope for, and those Tengus just get sliced and diced so easily by the Javelin troopers. Tengus coming in for YuNo to try and contend with the tank busters of Spokess, but a Vindicator or two coming in from Cordy to bomb split and actually perfectly eliminate those tank busters. GoDoFWaR trying to clean up everything on the ground, but he's more just forcing Berat away, and actually a big chunk of Berat's army has gone down, while Cordy and YuNo were coming in to try and lend a hand with that assault. It did not end up as they hoped. They were not able to break GoDoFWaR. And GoDoFWaR is still, you know, he's technically in this. Berat is taking his old main base, which will give Berat some pretty serious eco, like 7 refineries. He doesn't have this one, but he's got 6 or 7 other ones. Oh, he actually has this one out here on the water, so it might be 8 when he gets done building. He might actually be up to 8. I think this was a tank buster surprise by Spokess. A lovely kill of that refinery, denying a bit of that income from YuNo. A big Cryogeddon fires off, and it's going to lock down a lot of the forces of GoDoFWaR. Berat or Cordy firing that guy off and getting some kills for it. Berat's units are here to take the glory, whether or not they did anything. Berat getting targeted down. Oh my gosh, those Tengus from Spokess getting the big transform and the point defense drones to try and go for the kill on that Athena cannon. Didn't quite work out as Spokess would have liked, but Spokess did some damage, almost got the kill, and had to back on out of there. Taking some damage from those Javelin troopers is unfortunate. This is a sloppy, messy, chaotic game for sure, and players are in such like confusing positions with, I guess Berat has to be ahead economically, but Spokess has been doing pretty good. He's on like 5 refineries. He's been on 5 refineries for a long time. GoDoFWaR was doing well and then doing poorly, and now is doing okay. I think he's got 4 refineries, maybe 5. Yeah, 4 refineries. He's trying to get a 5th. He's going to try and rush forward and finish off this Athena cannon that Spokess wasn't quite able to clean up. The Mirage tanks as well. They clean up infantry so quickly, but when they close the distance like that, then the Mirage tank can actually clean up or get cleaned up by the infantry. It's all about closing that distance. The Mirage tanks can just waste infantry so quickly, though. Well, Spokess clears the sky, and YuNo loses almost every single Tengu. He may have like 2 Tengus left, but that was a lot of Tengus from Spokess. I think they had Emperor's Rage or something, but they were just eliminating the stuff of YuNo. GoDoFWaR trying to reestablish himself, I guess, economically. I don't know, he's packing up his MCV or something. Berat is starting to pressure his refineries directly with this aircraft carrier. GoDoFWaR still got this 1 ore refinery up here. Oh, he's only got 7 grand out of that guy. He hasn't actually had it for that long. I thought he had it for a lot longer. Berat with the EMP. The Riptide's going to come in to try and finish off these Tengus, and actually a number of these Tengus are very low on health, so they get cleaned up very quickly, and the fully heroic Riptides as well, definitely helping out in that case. The EMP being clutch for Berat to clean up Spokes' Tengus, so that was a great play there by Berat to clean up those Tengus. Apollos chase down a Tengu. Spokes, Spokes has been the heavyweight of our team on the right side. Obviously, killabear hasn't been in the game for a little while, but Spokes has been doing a ton of work, even trying to take these expansions in the north. Spokes trying to take over QWERTY's old base. And, well, he's getting punished now for it, but trying to do that. GoDoFWaR losing that water expansion. GoDoFWaR losing the land expansions as well, but he's held on to this one in the middle of the map for a minute or two now, having to rebuild it. Big Tengu transform. One guy has Emperor's Rage. Never mind, both guys have Emperor's Rage. I think YuNo might actually have more Tengus, but with these ones in the sky, maybe he doesn't, as he's actually going to be able to clean up the ones in the skies if they stand to fight. YuNo, well, he shows up with a couple of Tsunami tanks, which ordinarily would trade pretty well against Tengus, but when the Tengus have that have that Emperor's Rage, it becomes a little bit less clear. Naginata cruisers using their special ability, Torpedo Type S. I don't know what that even makes, but Naginatanas going to be running away because this is too much Assault Destroyer APC, Assault Destroyer Aircraft Carrier Riptide. I guess the Riptides are ACVs. But it's just too much firepower from Berat for those Naginatas to stand up against. There's the transform of that striker, and there actually isn't a whole lot of anti-air. I mean, yeah, there's javelin troopers, but okay, here the Apollos actually show up, and they actually get the kill on both of those strikers very nicely there. GoDoFWaR had a clutch little moment where he thought he was going to be able to do something magnificent, but he wasn't able to do it, and Spokes does not give up. These Tengu attacks have never stopped, and apparently they never will. Big groups of infantry here in the south, small group of infantry, a tank buster surprise here in the north, and Tengus as well going to support them. He actually gets the kill on the Imperial Warrior, and he's going to get the kill on the multi-gunner turret as well, selling off the power plant just to get the Imperial Warrior to get the kill on those tank busters is a clutch play, and those Vindicators were supposed to take off and try and kill off the tank busters. That is what Spokes was banking on, but it just didn't happen. The Tengus stayed in the sky doing nothing, and the Vindicators stayed safely on the deck. So nice play, counter-play attempt there by Spokes, and it got kind of outplayed by YuNo and QWERTY. Dogs for Berat are there to shut down those tank busters in the south. Berat pushing forward, Naginata's getting EMP'd, and now Berat is going to have to retreat away from the front line. A couple of Tengus right here on the front line getting eliminated in the sky, but now they've transformed onto the back of all of these tank busters, and they will win the day. Goodbye, tank busters. Hello, more Tengus. Tengus for breakfast, Tengus for lunch, Tengus for dinner, but in this case, they are eating you, as YuNo clears out GoDoFWAR's infantry army and pushes even further into his territory. GoDoFWAR with paltry defenses. Not much strength left in GoDoFWAR. A small chase happening there on the north side of the map in the corner, and Berat getting actually chased away by Spokes. 2 Tengus chasing down 3 cryocopters. Not something you see very often, and not a lot of support on the water for the units of Berat. He was just letting those cryocopters go down. Spokes is going to try and pull something out. Tengus and tank busters joining together, but Berat surrounds it. Berat destroys it, and Berat cleans it up. EMPing his own refinery, his own harvester to do it. GoDoFWAR is the only one left. Spokes has been defeated. Hands everything over to GoDoFWAR, and GoDoFWAR has been defeated. Our team on the left side, technically all 3 of them making it to the end. QWERTY certainly not lifting the same as everyone else for the last couple of minutes, but he stayed in the game. He could use that cryo get-in. QWERTY could also keep refueling those Vindicators, making run after run after run, getting those Vindicators up to double vent or even heroic status, and doing more and more damage with them. Nicely done to our team on the left side. Well fought by our team on the right side, and that will do it for this game, for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you all very much for watching. It's been a great day of games, some really crazy matches throughout the day. 8 replays done and dusted, submitted by you guys, subscribers watching this channel. So thank you all very much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go eat a couple more tacos, let my voice rest a little bit here, and we will call it a night. Also, I'm going to read the chat a little bit because I missed it Edvin and Heartless Angel, thank you guys for sticking around pretty much the entire time. I'm sure you guys were doing other stuff as well. Considering we've been live for about 4 hours, you probably took a break somewhere in there. But thank you for sticking around. And also the German Runes guy. I don't know what to call you, but you were also here at the beginning. So thank you to all those 3 of you who have stuck around in the chat. Cocoa Beans, were you also here in the beginning? Someone with a K name was here in the beginning. But I don't remember if it was you. Lenny213, do not worry, the VOD will be available immediately. So, you guys can check that out. 8 games! I will not have the time codes up yet. I'll do that in a bit. But yeah, that was 8 replays. Definitely worth watching. Even the ones that weren't so good, you know, they had kind of interesting, fun points to them. So, like, they just weren't as good as the other ones. Oh, the stupid cat is in a box. Get out of the box, cat. Balloon Man says he also was here late. That's alright. I hardly watch anything live anymore. Like, I watch so few live streams. I always enjoy tuning in when I can, but I get the definite, like, you show up for 1 minute and it's like, I don't have a lot of live streaming watching time, so. Thank you guys all for joining me. Good times all around. Edvin, if it's entertaining, then yes. But hopefully it's a little shorter than that Kirov one. Alright. Good night. Thank you, Edvin. Sakib910, thank you.